Greetings, humanity. Welcome to Channel Other Doc. I'm Jim, your friendly Lacuna GM. I use he/him pronouns, and this is the finale of our Invisible Sun campaign, The Edge of Paradox. Invisible Sun is a surreal slice-of-life game by Monte Cook Games. We are integrating the directed campaign, and most of this game has happened spontaneously. But things are moving toward their conclusions, and the end is here. I would like to go around and let us, for a final time, let me also fix my screen here. There we go. One final time, we're going to go around and, at least for this, we're going to go around and say hi to everybody, see who they are and who they are playing. And we shall start once more with Djinnaya. Hello.
Hello. My name is Djinnaya, and I use she/her pronouns. And I am playing Shah Gamelan, who is an established gallant crafter who cages adversaries with the names of my family. Shah's pronouns are also she/her.
Awesome. And now we will head over to Wilde. Hello.
Ooh, I'm Wilde. I use he/they pronouns. And I am playing Shantano, an itinerant empath of the Order of Apostate who splinters into fragments. They use they/them pronouns.
Excellent. And now we will head over to Arras. Hello.
Hello, I'm Arras, or Animus Panthera, and I am playing Oroshka Ruzik, aromatic empath apostate who converses with everything. Her pronouns are she/her, and my pronouns are she/they.
Awesome. And now we will head over to Anino. Hello.
How's it going, everyone? My name's Anino. I use he/him pronouns, but my character, Mac the Husk, uses they/them pronouns. Mac is the I'm sorry. I had my character sheet up. I just didn't have it on the screen.
Almost ready.
Oh. Oh God. Okay. So Mac the Husk is an established enthusiastic of the Order of the Goetica who provides a vessel for spirits.
Awesome. And finally, over to Danielle.
Hi, everybody. I'm Danielle. I use she/her pronouns. So does my character, Vormera Vanas, aka Vor. She is a connected ardent of the Order of Weavers who shepherds minds.
Awesome. Let me go ahead and pull this thing up that I have been reading to us for some time now, and we shall continue with that trend. Like we do with most other games on this channel, we're going to be using the X card, the N card, and the O card. If we hit something that's crossing a line for one of us, any of us can type an X in the Zoom video chat or anywhere else, hold up a card or make an X symbol, and we'll back up and do something else. If something happens that we're okay having in the game, but we don't want a graphic description of it, we can type an N in the Zoom chat and we'll fade to black on it or put it behind a veil. So it'll be there, but we won't go into detail. Finally, if we're exploring a topic or an area of roleplay that's particularly intense for us, but we want to keep going anyway, we can put an O in the chat to let us know we're okay and that we're all good to keep piling on the drama. Something else we can do is put an O with a question mark after it when we are moving into a difficult topic, or we say or we do something and then think, maybe that might have been a little too much. Then everyone else can respond to that again with an X, an N, or an O to let us know if we're still doing okay. We're also using the pause. If any of us needs to take some time, we can ask for a pause in the game while we discuss things, or just take a break for as long as anyone needs. As a reminder, just a few content warnings. This game may contain body horror, surreal imagery, spiders, snakes, and references to memory loss, death, and existential crises. At any time, you can type !ISCW in the chat to see that. Also, please remember we have an open door policy, which means that any of us and any of you can feel free to step away from this at any time if we need to. It is just a game, and mental health is always more important. So, and what I'm going to pull up here, this is one of those cases in which sometimes I had to write some things down to kind of get my brain in place here. Giving a recap for everything that has come before is difficult. Time is now meaningless because we are at the edge of paradox. If you've ever crossed the edge of paradox, or if you ever will, then you have already. If you're going to go there, then you're there. But for the purpose of describing and responding to things using this human brain that I've been cursed with, I'll try to take this as linearly as I can. I feel as though the past is rolling up toward us, coming to us in flashes. Our Vizsla return Limerent Street to existence, pulling it from beyond the edge of paradox and back into the physical realm, with only one tiny piece of it missing, which they might be seeing in just a little bit tonight. They travel to Yestervale to aid its citizens. They find pieces of their own pasts. They return to Satyrine and confront and ultimately defeat, finally, here, once again, near the edge of paradox, Dark-Eyed Manfred. And they sit on this celestial nexus, having breakfast shawarma, I believe, for a bit, just taking a quick break, before they must deal with the sources of power that Manfred was using, the unwritten, which are concepts not fully formed in the actuality, not yet at least, nothing anyone has thought of. Those belong back over the edge, as they sit here on this stellar platform, near this, what is known as the Celestial Staircase, sort of sometimes marble-looking, sometimes just sort of concrete-looking, snaking up and over and around throughout this field of stars. We will see events unfolding as we draw closer. So we see just on the horizon. You shouldn't really look at it directly. Beyond the edge is the kaleidoscope void, twisting with all of the colors of all the suns. The hunt has for this portion of your journey is giving you briefly both an aid and a slight responsibility, calling in a favor that was promised to her some time ago to take care of one of her citizens for a little while. That citizen is Tracker, a jackalope-like spirit has already. Time, again, strange, meaningless, or full of meaning. Tracker will lead everyone to the point safely where they can cross. Are we prepared?
I think so.
It is will ever be, I guess.
Mac is just standing there eating some of the fries that he got as takeout from the shawarma place.
It just
So
sort
this
of
is it.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
This is it. This is what we're doing.
We put them back.
I don't suppose we can just outsource this to someone else.
Do you have an issue with going and putting them back?
I mean, I have the issue of, crossing over the edge of paradox, but
You can stay here if you want.
I will just note that Shaw has returned. Now that it is safe, her angel guide has brought her back to this platform where this battle with 9 Manfreds was taking place.
oh wow, look who has returned.
Yeah. We can actually say that she did not miss brunch if we want to include her in that. But this... The
Josh
place
showed up
just
just
sort
in
of-
time for the food.
The food just
I think
appeared
it's actually more
miraculously.
like you're all sitting at this table and you kind of look over and all of a sudden there's another little table that you didn't notice was there before, and Shaw is sitting at it with this tiny little ball of angel sitting on the other side and this void llama at her shoulder
Ah.
drinking a cup of tea, and she looks over and says, oh, when did you get here?
Yeah, after we beat up 9 Manfreds.
Oh.
Thanks, by the way.
You're welcome. Did I give you 9 Manfreds? I don't remember sending those.
No. You didn't send them. It's just that we were going to confront them. And then we looked back and suddenly you were up there.
The angels felt I needed to be somewhere else. Never one to argue with angels personally. And it seems like you turned out okay. Is everyone all right? I sort of look everyone over.
Yeah, completely fine. Vor says, lying, like a lying liar.
Lies. Lies.
Got small and went into a machine again.
Oh. Not like a catapult this time, though, right? Trebuchet? What was that before? Cannon?
The cannon.
That's right.
No. This one just had a bunch of unwritten in it.
Yeah, I feel like that's maybe worse, actually.
Oh, that sounds bad.
Tracker is kneeling near the edge of one of the platforms. He's looking up kind of nervously for a second into the vastness of space. And just sort of turns, looks over his shoulder. I think we should probably hurry. You need to decide whatever you need to decide soon, because he's coming.
I don't like those words.
If we're gonna do this, we should do it. Do it really soon. Tracker is a jackalope, by the way, for anyone who is sort of an anthropomorphic jackalope.
Have we met Tracker before? I feel like
You have. Mac is
Yes.
the only one who has here. You kind of helped coax him. You and Eletris, who is a
that's right.
mutual acquaintance of Vor, who was might possibly in Vor's cell, Weaver cell. Sort of kind of coaxed him out from the celestial cabbage patch in this place. He was here in
That's
in-
right.
And
I remember that
back on.
episode now. I remember that episode. I think I called it my own worst frenemy. That was very adversarial for a guest spot. I feel like an editor should just pop up with a link to that episode.
I know, right?
Learn that in post-production. Whatever.
Yeah. Let it in post.
Well, yes, we got to do this. I mean, you want to do this, right, Vor?
I mean, I think we have to. We said that we would, and we don't want to go back on that, right? I mean, it's important.
I mean, if there's anything that we've always been good at, it's been keeping our word.
I mean, aside from that, like, clearly they can't stay here. They can be used for too many dangerous things. We gotta put them back.
All right.
We off then?
All right. The tracker stands up and he's sort of hopping a little bit in place, and he's getting his basically doing his preparing to run forward into the star field. The chariot is prepared. You can still utilize the Her Elegance's chariot is ready for you. Are we bringing our alpaca?
I don't think I have a choice. I mean, I guess, does he look like he's coming with, or does he look
does.
like he's staying here?
He looks like he's coming.
Okay.
All
Yeah.
right. He's
He's
coming
a free
along.
beast.
Yeah. All
What
right.
an adorably loyal tiny void alpaca.
And you notice that Mop has been looking up, and he's been looking in the same direction that Tracker was looking, kind of as though he senses something.
Okay.
And we take off. Again, we're going to get this a little bit in flashes as we're coming forward, because it's difficult to describe when you enter a landscape that changes you, where you go back and forth between states. Sometimes you are more visibly, or you're always yourself, but sometimes you are normally look how you normally look. Sometimes you become like a field of stars, your own little constellation. Scale is very strange in this place, and it gets all the stranger the closer you get to the edge. You were told by someone recently, probably the hunt, not to look directly over the edge when you're crossing. As probably Aroshka probably is the one who has the experience of having done so before.
Mac is just going to pull down his mimosa hat over his eyes.
Yeah.
As he continues to cross.
Streaming forward, as you get closer, you sense it. As you get closer to the crossing, you can almost feel more than see behind you, a large dark hand detaching itself from the blackness of space, moving forward. As the enemy of reason is trying one last gambit to snatch away those things he cannot use directly, to break into this reality and cause the conundrum to collapse. There is this impression of above and behind you a massive figure, part cyclone, part humanoid, reaching down from the darkness, and as you are moving forward, feeling this pull toward the edge, in that moment, Tracker seems to halt off to the side as your momentum continues to carry you forward, and he nods to you and points that you should keep moving, and he turns and he begins running zigzag in an effort to distract the enemy of reason. At this point, also, Mop will just quietly lick Shah's hand, turn, drift out behind the platform. You can see him tense up, his little body crackling with electricity, that then releases, arcing forward as he spits upward in this arc of dark lightning that moves up and hits the hand, which then is like, ugh. And the crossing is happening. You feel a sort of pull toward the edge. It feels as though you're in more than one place. Like you're watching yourselves approach the edge from a vantage point that's already beyond it. And you know in that moment that you are there already, waiting for yourselves in the kaleidoscope void. And that somehow you always have been. And lo, the hunter sailed out beyond all that was known, and knew they must find the impossible. They sailed toward the thread of what could be, and found it at the horizon's end. They reached into the water, grasped and pulled upon it, and thereupon they saw the place where the possible met the impossible, left their boat, and moved toward it. They walked for many an hour, many a day, but was not certain how many. The world seemed to curl around them in impossible ways. And finally, when they were so tired they came to crawling, then, and only then, they crossed the edge of paradox. And there they found that which was unwritten, as this was written in the story of the hunter. And it feels like that. How long does it take to cross? Are you swimming? Are you flying? Are you sailing? Perhaps all at once. Is it a short time? Is it a long time? Yes. But in the fullness of a long time and within a few seconds, you feel that you're there, surrounded by curtains of light. Beyond the edge of paradox lies the kaleidoscope void. The kaleidoscope void is a focal point for all the suns. It contains every color of every sun. There, all the suns commingle, as do their meanings. It means everything and nothing. In the kaleidoscope void, creation of life and creation and life, and the mind and truth and lies and death and destruction and rebirth and magic are one. In the kaleidoscope void, time is meaningless. If you will ever enter it, you have always been within it. It is happening in every moment, and in it, every moment collides. In the kaleidoscope void, space is meaningless. Every place you have ever been or will ever be has you in it, simultaneously. You exist in every place, and every place exists in you. You are in each other's minds. You are in each other's timelines. You are in each other's spaces, and every moment in your lives, from their beginnings to their ends, is happening simultaneously for you right now. And not just from your own timeline, from every timeline. All possible pasts and futures are mingling with every one of your thoughts made manifest. What you need now is to focus. What I need now is for everyone to make a resistance roll. And we're going to see how this goes.
It's the challenge.
That's a good
OGM.
question. Let me take a look real quick and see what they said. When there's a yeah. Okay. Challenge 8. The challenge is 8. What do we? If you would like to throw things at it, you may feel free to do so. These rolls are going to help me determine an order of things.
What kind of roll was it again?
This is resistance. So if you have the resistance ability, that will knock it down some. Does anyone here who here has resistance? Excellent.
I don't think I do.
Yeah, it should be in with your skills, I would believe.
Oh.
So you're already going to be knocked down by the amount of resistance you have. That's, So it looks like for most folks that's either 1 or 2 down. So we're looking at, again, it's we're looking at mostly 6s or 7s if you have it. This is a mental fortitude thing.
Okay.
You said it was 8, right?
Yeah, so base challenge is 8.
Okay.
Does something like survival work for this? Or not really.
I think now is an excellent time to make use of survival.
Okay. I have.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I have a resist 2, and then I'd like to add a hidden knowledge to that.
What is this hidden knowledge about that you would like to, as we conjure this up?
I think that at some point in my crafting training, I had to learn about how to be in the position of making, and the position of magicking, and in the position of external viewing and internal viewing all at the same time. And it taught me how to have to hold like my place of being. It gave me a special ability about how to stay with where I am while being aware of all the other things.
Okay. Excellent. No, that works. That works. So,
and then I'd like to use my expansive endeavor to apply my maximum of 3 points of intellect.
Sure. No, that'll definitely help.
6, 5, 4, 3.
Okay, so we're at 3 or better
that's
for
all
you?
I've got. Yeah.
No, that'll work.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think Danielle was going next.
So I have 2. Well, so I have resistance 3 actually. Resist 3.
Okay.
So I could speak down to 5. And then 2 skill suggestions that may be applicable. One is the understanding magic that lies outside codified practices. I feel like Kaleidoscope Void is as far outside codified practice as
it's so not codified. It's amazing how not codified this is.
And then the last one is I now have a skill in warping reality because Vor's messed around with her own brain so much.
Oh, yes.
That I think being in the Kaleidoscope Void for her is not as trippy, because she's messed with her own brain enough that this is not a wholly unusual thing for her.
Yeah.
So that gets me up to a venture of 7, and then I was gonna spend a perception die.
That'll work. So
that takes me 8.
Is there? Yeah. Okay. No. So that'll do it. You can do it.
This
is
just like a nice vacation for Vor.
It absolutely makes sense considering everything that has happened with your brain since the beginning of this campaign. Okay. Who's next?
And I use a spell that I have.
Yeah, what you got?
We made a spell to help me locate parts of me.
Yes. We absolutely did. I feel like that's going to really come in handy right now.
So I wanted to use it to, so I know the current me and only me and not the other me's.
That is a brilliant use of that. Did we say what level that spell was?
It's so depending on the heart, it can be level 4 or 5 is what we had.
Okay. Yeah, you're trying to track all of your pieces. So, I think probably given everything, if you want, you can make it level 5 for this. If you want to spend the currency to do so. So that would knock it down by 5. So it would go from for you down to 3 or better. Is there anything else you wanted to throw at it?
Yeah, I have survival of 3.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're good. Okay, you can do it. You just cast that spell and you focus, and you can do it. And who's next?
I can go. Okay. Let's see. So I have a whopping 1 level in resist.
Okay, so I'll knock it down to a 7.
So that's helpful. I was also thinking about using a hidden knowledge, and I feel that the fact that Eroshka has peered beyond the void in the past and survived should count for something.
You've been here before.
Survived it once.
You deleted that memory, but you have been here before.
I'm aware that I've been here before too, because I didn't exactly bring that memory back because it seemed like the thing that caused me to spiral in the past. Maybe I shouldn't remember fully, but so is that just one?
So 1 for hidden knowledge,
Okay.
and 1 for resistance, and I think I think we can just give you another 1 for having been here before.
Okay.
And
like
you're the only one here who has done this before.
And like my whole thing was that the ability to talk to all things arose from having peered beyond the edge of paradox. So I feel like that's useful. And then I was wondering, because my secret is the thing that I can gain entry into area which you could normally not enter. Is that useful in any way, shape, or form?
Well, we're there. Let's see. So you have that ability, and the other ability we talked about was your ability to converse with everything. So if there's a specific, this was a separate secret. Does the secret have a level?
6.
I mean, I feel like we can use that, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Just because...
I feel like this counts as an area you could normally not enter.
Yeah, this is an area you could normally not enter, and actually, you right now are trying to... your existence is entering all areas simultaneously right now, or trying to, and so it's really a question of just trying not to. And so, it's like, okay, if I invert this... then yeah, I would see it. Yeah, if you're trying to sort of consciously invert your going places to just go to one place, then that'll knock everything down. That'll mean you can just do it.
Okay, I'll take that.
Yeah.
Just don't want me to roll for reasons, or just
No, not. I'm only going to make the people roll. Well, actually, yeah, there will be a roll for reasons coming up for everyone.
Okay.
But I just want to see what we're looking at first. And I think Mac, what do you have you want to throw at this?
So Mac's got resist 1.
Okay, so that's down to a 7.
We'll start at a nice 7. And Mac is going to use one of his forte abilities, Spirit of the Legacy.
Mm-hmm.
And Spirit of the Legacy means that he will be inhabited by a small portion of the legacy, and all of his defenses will be enhanced.
Ah, okay. So these are enhancements to your defenses, or is their level increased? I think that's the question. It uses the word enhancement for multiple things, so I just want to be sure.
It does definitely say enhancements.
Okay. How many enhancements does it give you, or does it say?
Does not say.
Okay. So, I mean, I would think the default would be, and unless it gives you a number of how many. The default, I would guessing, would be you would get 1, if nothing else. But if it's an enhancement, that gives you an extra die. So it doesn't affect, again, it doesn't affect the challenge, doesn't affect your venture, I should say. But it'll give you another chance, basically. You get a second die to roll. Basically through an enhancement.
Can Max Familiar help them in any way?
Oh yes, you've brought another secondary brain with you. Yeah, I think so. I think that Sagan can help here. This is way beyond Sagan's field of study, but Sagan can at least try to help keep an eye on, keep an eye on you. You'd be like, "We're here, boss. We're here."
Okay.
Really kind of do that. So that'll knock it down another level.
All right, so I guess we're rolling against 6.
Yeah. So it's like 6 or better, unless you want to spend any. Do you want to spend any Benny or anything like that, or?
Yeah, we'll use 1 perception, Benny.
Okay. Yeah. So they'll knock it down to a 5, and you're rolling on 2 dice. And so that's what you've got. I think you and Shah are the only ones rolling against a number right now. Yes? Did I read that right?
Yes.
I think so. So you got good on both. Shah is rolling against a 3, I believe. So you can, if you're ready, you can go ahead and do that. But unless there's anything else you want to throw at it.
I failed.
Awesome. Okay.
I was hoping I would win so that I could give a +1 to Max roll. Sorry, can't help you.
And I think everyone else is going to beat the thing, but I do need everyone to roll everyone else who did not just roll to roll a d10, just so that I can see what number is on it.
Ooh.
So this is just for Danielle and Wilde and Arras. Okay. All right. Oh. Look at that. Arras got a 0. Okay.
Like I said, oops.
Yeah. Is that flux? I'm not sure. It's only on the 1 die, but we're figuring it out. Okay. No, I know how to interpret this, though, because you're still... This actually gives me an order more than anything else. An order of operations. Okay. Good. Good. Let me write something down. So that I can make a thing work. Let's see... So this one is 5, and let's see, that one is probably going to be 4, and that one is probably going to be 3, and what I need to check in now, because Anino's die result was a 9, and Danielle's die roll result was also a 9. I'd like to know which of you is going to want to go first when the thing happens in a moment.
Can we pause at this moment and just have Vor and Mac Rochambeau it for it?
I mean, this happens in some reality or other.
All right. So are we going to do this on camera, or are we just going to roll?
Roll if you want. That way people can see.
Yeah, that's fine.
Good either way.
Oh, God damn it.
Ah, damn it.
Okay. All right, Max going first. All right.
We don't know if that's a good thing yet, so.
That's true. I shouldn't be complaining until I know what's going on.
All right. Okay. Here we go. Let me grab my notation here. Okay. As you focus and center in, you can kind of hear each other's thoughts for a little bit. And as you're sharing this strange reality space, this thing that covers multiple realities, time splits. Things merge into each other, pieces of your lives transforming into other pieces of your lives. As you're looking around, it's hard to tell if you're looking at the future or the past, or maybe just your own imagination, maybe all three, co-locating into each other, merging and separating. Maybe you're seeing all your moments at once. Many of them might not even be from your own timeline. Infinitely transforming from one version of your lives into another and another. It can be hard to just pick a universe when there are so many. You can kind of know, this is kind of dream logic is going to apply here. You sort of know, as a landscape is going to form around you, you know how people and places and things can change, can transform in dreams, even sometimes as you're looking at them? You know that thing where it's like you see a thing or you see a person, and sometimes it's like you look away and you look back and it's a slightly different person, but you get the sense that it's the same person, but it's turning into this other person, but that's okay. And, you're in a place, and then you're sort of looking around and you're actually in a different place, but that's okay. Because there's this sense in you that it has always been this way. As you are transitioning into these different realities, that is kind of what this is like. For a brief moment, everyone's going to see, well, actually, yeah, for a moment, everyone's going to kind of see things drifting together. And Mac, what does it look like inside your head?
It basically looks like the bridge of a starship, and you see like the empty captain's chair, and then I guess a co-captain's chair where theoretically a spirit who is taking him for a vessel would park themselves in.
Cool. So yeah, you're basically sort of seeing, initially you're appearing kind of on the bridge of a starship. I'm going to draw a card now, because it is time for me to draw a card. You'll note that I have reset the Path of Suns. We have the Raven. Let me review the Raven. The Raven is a companion card. It's a secrets card. Its meanings are jealousy, sight, and trickery. Companion to the secrets family, the Raven sees everything and tells nothing. The Raven is smarter and wiser than it ever lets on. Its intelligence, however, manifests in its crafty solutions to problems. Some might use the word cheating, in fact. The Raven's weakness is greed and jealousy. It wants what you have, and that probably means your secrets. Can you keep them from its watchful eyes? Is it even worth trying? In divination, the Raven has both positive and negative connotations. Most commonly, it indicates that someone is watching, jealous, usually someone unexpected. It's also a warning to beware of greed and trickery. On the positive side, however, it advises vigilance or suggests that there's a trick involved in what one must do to succeed. Either means that there's a problem that can be overcome. And this starship is going to shift as you are here. You will note that one of the first thing you're going to note as you are here is that on the view screen is this sort of amongst the stars there is this sort of tumbling redness that seems to be coming toward everyone. And in that moment, it seems that there is someone here. For a moment, you see that I think that yes. The let me look at make sure I have this part in my brain. Yes. Working at a couple of stations here. There are people working at some of the stations here on the bridge. This is now, again, since things are combined, this is not entirely the inside of Mac's head, but it is right now the strongest projection. You're kind of in Mac's reality to an extent right now, but other things are protruding into it. And what you're going to see is that one of the chairs turns, there's someone just sort of bolts upright in their chair and swings around, because all their chairs kind of swivel. You see the angel known as Chief. For a moment. It's like... And you can see that his visage is kind of like shifting a bit, as though he's having a little... It's kind of like he's on the end of a bad signal. And you're sort of only seeing him in pieces a little bit. It's like it's not coming through fully. And he's looking up. And he looks at all of you. And he's like, if you're here, you're putting the capstone back, yes? Okay. I don't know how much time I have. You're each going to have a moment when you will find a way in to a calmer place. And there's a little bit of a shuddering. The bridge shudders for a moment. He sort of looks around and he's like, when you find that calmer place, that better place, or if it finds you, then from there you will be able to put back one of these unwritten. I looked into it like you asked. And it will be your opportunity to replace an unwritten or to escape each time. I think there are just enough of you to be able to do it and get out. And he does again. He's like, just find the path, the way in, portal of some kind. And he appears to, his image starts to sort of dissolve. And at that point, the ship rocks. And you see the people in their stations sort of move back and forth as the camera is shaking. as is the practice for this type of thing. And as this redness has come forward and appears to have, and the ship appears to be rocking a bit, just for the purpose of aesthetics here, just so that I have an idea, and I just want to make certain, because I want to make sure I'm not leaning too far in the wrong direction. Are we leaning? Is this ship more along, say, something like Star Trek lines or more Star Wars lines, or is it something else?
Babylon 5.
We could do that.
No. We'll go with Farscape. Sort of like a living ship kind of
yeah.
thing.
Now, Farscape I have not actually seen, but
I don't even know you anymore, Jim.
I'm
Jim, you
sorry.
gotta fix that.
But it's a living ship.
It is, in fact, a living ship.
Okay. So I'm going to presume a lot of this stuff around looks kind of organic, as this is going on. And what did they have? Did they have ship-to-ship communication in Farscape?
They did.
Okay. What did it look like? Was there a view screen, or was it a hologram, or how did it look?
Yes, so there was. It had the similar setup to the typical Star Trek bridge, in which you had a main viewing screen, and whoever you're communicating with would pop up on that.
Okay. So, a voice is going to a voice that sounds kind of familiar. The female voice is going to come in from this ship's internal communication system. Captain, they're trying to communicate with us. We're trying to evade them as best we can. But I don't know if we're going to make it.
Why all of a sudden negativity?
Well, if we've got an action plan, we can start making it happen. Absolutely. You want to answer? Should we answer them?
Why not? On screen.
So the screen shifts, and you see the visage of sitting, and it looks like he's. It's weird because the screen shifts, and his captain chair looks kind of like the seat of a wagon. You see Baylock, sort of sitting there, and just sort of salutes. Ah, I see. I got your attention. Least I could do, given what you did later, is your compatriots removed my queen. I do rather take opprobrium to that.
Yes, well, you ruined our brunch. You ruined our brunch miracle. We lost a lot of true believers that day.
Yeah. He just sort of sort of shakes his head. No, I used to believe such things. I found a greater purpose and someone to share it with, and you took both of those things away from me. So I've not much left to lose.
You never had much to think.
Well, I think we shall see about that. You do not surrender your vessel. In the next 2 minutes, I shall blast it from all existence. Think on it. And the view screen winks out. You see, again, this voice sort of comes in, and says, "Now that's really not very nice. I don't think he's going to be part of the greater plan. I really don't."
He never was.
Well, Captain, I do have a possible option for you, if you'd be interested. We could always avoid him by sending him into shadow for a time. If you'd like to do that, I'm sure we can arrange that.
Is there a more
It'd be very
permanent
easy.
solution?
So easy. Oh, you want to... Are you sure? I mean, you could easily make use of him later.
Well, you see, I have this list.
Ah, yes.
Pulls out a very fancy-looking clipboard that has the list of Mac the Husk on the back in a very elaborate script. And camera pans over in the front of it. You'll see that there are a number of names that have been crossed off. And the two of them remaining would be Balak and Karen.
Yeah. As you are reading this list, it suddenly occurs to you who the voice is.
Is it me?
It does sound like Karen.
Oh, well, that's just awkward now.
I mean, if that's what you think is best, I'm happy to be on your team for it. But, we're going to have to talk about that list of yours.
That's fair.
Tell you what, I'll help you with him, and we can make it permanent. We can make it a permanent solution if you cross me off your list. In the friendly way, not in the, business done way, if you take my meaning.
Well, okay, but as long as I'm not a part of the homeowners association anymore.
Oh. Are you sure? There's a lot we can do together.
Yeah, no, I think that the Jenga Tower's interests are best held elsewhere.
That's a pity. You were going to love the neighborhood presentation, but that's okay, I suppose. We can work around it. Ah! Welcome, Sword and Key. Thank you for raiding. Yay! Welcome in. We're in the finale. We're currently seemingly on the bridge of a starship, a semi-organic starship, but everything is shifting because this is happening also in the kaleidoscope void as it reaches all places in time and space and reality. Just something simple like that. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yes. So you agree to this? She's going to let you out of. Oh, holy crap! Okay, we've also received we've just received several anonymous gift subs. Thank you so much, folks. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. But yes, you are. So here we are. You are receiving this deal. She's going to let you out of the homeowners association if you remove her from your list. Basically, she's intimating without doing anything to her. She's asking you to lift your vendetta against her, basically, and she will help you with Baylock, is what she's saying. Do you agree to this?
Really can't go back on our word.
And,
yes, we will agree to this. I feel like Matt got plenty of dagger twisting when they summoned the demon for their little pact in the middle of the cul-de-sac.
Yeah, a fair amount of that. An imp who has always been standing next to you now, but is only standing next to you now, will hold up his will hold up a manifestation of the thing you've just agreed to. Does this look right? And you look at it.
As a matter of fact, it does.
Yeah, it looks just fine. And he's got little horns. He's clearly from the red. It's like, thank you very much. And you can see, actually, yes, this ship actually in its organic parts does look decidedly redder than it did a moment ago, but it's still functional. It still works. And you're going to say, all right, we're going to let's unleash some of that death mist. Then let's see, where was it? Ah, here we go. You have targeting, Captain. And the death weapon is prepared.
Seems awfully simplistic to just call it a death weapon. How does it work?
It turns his own lives against him. They choke him.
Very delightful. He's just going to swirl his finger around and then press the button.
Okay. So this is going to require an act of will for you to do this, as you are trying to shift reality to basically cause you're using, this is kind of like using a gray spell.
Okay.
To turn his lies against him, these lies he's been telling himself, which he just enumerated some of them for you over the view screen. So this is kind of going to be you're going to be using, this is by definition using magic, so you are already going to get 2 dice. But what would you like to? Let me grab his. My goodness, let me actually tell you his the challenge rate. The challenge you're going for. Baylock is an apostate. 7. His level of 7.
7, you say?
Yes.
Can Mac use his Forte Power Full Vessel?
Can you remind me what that does?
All of Mac's actions are enhanced by +2 die.
Yeah, I mean, if it's appropriate, what is what happens as a result of using that forte?
So I'm going to say that the scene would change a little bit. So you know how this whole bridge was just empty. Well, basically, a number of intelligent, skilled, and knowledgeable spirits will join within him. So I just want to, visually, I feel like an entire crew would sort of just appear in place.
Okay. Absolutely. So you summon this. You're in the process of summoning this crew. So you're going to get this enhancement. So what are we? Remind us again what we're knocking this challenge down by. Again, it's a challenge of 7, and you're going to get the extra dice on it. But go ahead.
So we've got extra dice. What are we going to do? Can I use game theory?
Yes, you're targeting. This is.
Yeah.
Something's playing a game with you right now. Certainly.
So it's 3 if Vor is around. Is Vor in such a way that it would enhance my skill?
Just want to mention briefly that we want to make sure we're taking this seriously, because we're keeping this out of the standby brain. If we look at our lines and veils, we have we don't want to make this casual killing necessarily.
Right.
But so we're as far as it goes, you're not directly necessarily. This might not be. We want to make sure we're thinking about this. Is all I'm saying. Nothing else. But go ahead.
Yeah. So I think that's basically all Mac can use.
Is the
is game theory. Yeah.
Game theory, yeah. How many levels of game theory is it again?
It's 3, but
Okay.
The bonus comes with participation.
Okay.
4.
I mean, Bor is here backing you up in whatever way you need. If you need someone to sit at the controls or whatever, she's here to do it. She is deeply crossing her fingers behind her back, though, about taking Karen off of her own personal shit list.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you didn't agree to anything. But this is the point at which the ship is, at this point, getting rocked with more blows from this red fiery weapon that is coming out, and at some point it's kind of like bolts of lightning are coming out of the enemy ship. As they're hitting you. You are taking damage. There are points where the ship itself things are coming loose, and there's a certain amount of screaming involved. So he's definitely set against you right now. He's definitely started the attack.
This is self-defense, so I don't think this is very casual.
Yeah. So I mean, I wanted to also sort of point that out. So you've got and again, remind me one more time, how many levels of game theory?
3.
3? Okay. So that's going to knock it down to a 4.
And we'll go with that.
All right. So you're going to have, what is it? How many dice are you going to have on this? You used
3.
Yeah, 3 dice? Okay. Okay. You got 2 out of your 3 dice here for the challenge. So what would this look like, do you think, as this is being set up?
How would this look like? I feel like let's channel the Jenga tower a little bit. I just want to say that maybe sections and blocks of the ship sort of just slide out and open to reveal this weapon. like it's at the center of the ship, and so if you kind of look at the ship as sort of a sphere or something like that, or fulcrum, it can sort of pop out from anywhere to hit its target. So I feel like just a section that's in direct line with the Baylock ship would sort of just open.
Okay.
Fire.
So these blasts, these gray blasts, arc forward, and it comes forward, and it is kind of like a mist when it hits the enemy ship. As you are doing so, you see the enemy ship vanishes into this cloud. And the ship you're on starts to stabilize a little bit. And sort of as you turn and just sort of look, you sort of your folks' eyes have been locked on the view screen. Things shudder for just a moment though, and then you see in the middle of the view screen what looks kind of like, it looks kind of, things are starting to shift. The front of the front where the view screen is starting to shift. It looks more like open ground and sort of an outdoor area. And there's this, it's kind of like a graveyard. There are some headstones, a few headstones that seem very large, like actually up to the ceiling. And at the base of the one, you see this door appear that looks kind of like just an outside storm door, slowly swinging open with a light beyond. And Mac, you're aware there's a powerful spirit trying to connect with all of you right now. And everyone sort of hears this whispering. I found you. It's this way. Be all right.
Can Mac open up and offer himself as a vessel for the spirit?
Certainly.
I can't believe it took 3 years for this to actually happen when anyone else is around. This has never happened with everybody around.
It's like you sort of are breathing this in. And as this thing is appearing, you see that folks will see underneath the glass portion here that of Mac's head, that there's I imagine it looks like a friendly, could look like a friendly older woman appearing here in some ways. And Mac, you're immediately starting to realize who this is. What everyone else is going to hear is, "Thank you for honoring me so in this way. I appreciate it. What you do is important. And I thank you for trying to bring me to places that have not heard of me. It's good to have options in your daily life. Not enough people appreciate those quiet times and those times of fellowship. So this is my way of trying to pay you back. Even maybe a little bit. To give you a port in this storm. even for a few moments. You are welcome in my space. Beyond the door, you can just barely see you can't quite see clearly everything, but you do see in the distance, there's like there's a landscape over there. And it looks like it's somewhere in Saturnine, and there's this big table laid out outdoors with eggs and steaks and mimosa glasses on it. Would you like to approach?
Yeah, I mean, I was like, if brunch has been laid out, I feel like we should go partake. Since clearly the spirit of brunch has deemed to give us a special thank you brunch for singing their praises.
I feel like a brunch run by brunch has to be the best brunch.
Right? It's the brunchiest brunch.
I say never look a brunch horse in the mouth.
Definitely how that saying goes.
So yeah, we should absolutely go check out the brunch.
I like we're having a religious experience in the middle of this horrible trial. That
We've all just encountered our deity.
As you approach, it's like you're on the other side of the door already, and you find yourselves. You are out, actually, and this landscape too is shifting, so it's going to look different every time you look at it. The people and the things and the places, it's going to look different. You're still in the kaleidoscope void, but you're also at a spot near one of the in a town square that looks like it's recently been cleared. It's a neighborhood square in Saturnine, in one of the areas that you think right now, last you recall, was one of the part of the ruined expanses. And there's sort of applause as folks enter, and you see sitting around this table, at which this amazing amount of brunch is laid out. Like this very expansive table with infinite brunch upon it.
Wow.
As you see these dishes that will just sort of shift back and forth and appear. Sitting sort of near the table, not everyone knows Ritika. I think only Mac has met Ritika. But you see her. Sitting there, just sort of sitting there, and kind of, it looks like they have sort of a banner up explaining Happy Restoration. It looks as though they've recently been working to clear away and make habitable again this portion of the ruined expanses. You see she's there with members of the Rat Parliament who are also sitting at the table. And there are a bunch of goetics here.
Goodness.
Just sort of sitting as you're just sort of looking around, but then also, other Vizsli are here that you know. Sometimes their identities shift as you look at them or as you look away from them and you look back, it's one person you know and then it's someone else you know. Charles Abernathy is here. Also, it seems as though Sir Godfrey is sitting at the table for whatever reason, and also having some lunch. Having brunch of some kind.
Excuse you, it's brunch.
It is brunch.
Yeah.
It is
It's a
brunch.
different meal.
This is true. It's a completely different thing. So you have a moment here to sit and partake if you wish.
Yes.
And sort of as you are all doing so, sort of you'll see kind of the foreman turns and appears. Just suddenly was always sitting in this chair next to Mac. And he sort of looks up and as he sort of waves, he says, "Hey, I just wanted to ask real quick before things shift too much and we forget. It looks like it's been really handy having a super. Would you be interested in taking the job on a little more permanently?"
Well, sure.
Everybody loves the aqueduct, it turns out. Seems to be working out really well.
Oh, good. I mean, I always felt that there needed to be a suitably worthy feat of engineering.
Yeah, I thought so too. And he just sort of is sitting back, and you see he's starting to shift a little bit. And as he just sort of looks over his shoulder, he says, "Oh yeah, there it is." And you sort of look and you see, sort of next to the lunch table, next to the brunch table. I'm gonna mess this up. You see this plinth, I guess. Is plinth the right term? I'm not sure.
I don't know. What do you think a plinth is?
Right, I know, right? A heavy base supporting a statue or vase. It is a plinth. Yay, I was correct. And above it, and it's like as you look at it more, you look up, it's actually like a nook in a wall that's there now. And there's an opening about the size of a gemstone.
And Mac, one of the unwritten, in their now gemstone forms.
Conveniently transportable.
Yes. Pocket size for your convenience.
See, Mac is just going to take the stone in appreciation. He's just going to start tossing it in one hand as he approaches the opening. And then he'll just put it in without too much more fanfare.
See, Mac puts the stone in, and there is a brief... It's like a sigh of relief comes from it, and a bright white light emanates, washes over everything. And when the light dims down, my next question is to Vor. What does it look like inside your head?
Well, she's had some cowboys in here lately. So I think Vor's mind currently, it looks like it's a large ballroom where a party is being held. And all of the party participants are copies of Vor. But on the far end of the ballroom, it looks like it is slowly crumbling away into a darkness, a void, if you will. And there is a barely visible and very thin glass barrier between the part that is crumbling away and the part that is still having a party and pretending that there's nothing wrong.
So, there's music, there is dancing, there is a crumbling off into who knows what. And I'm wondering if folks would be good with us taking a quick break at this point before we dive into more of this.
Absolutely.
All right. We're going to take a quick break for just a few minutes, and then we will be back, and we will see how we tackle this ball. See you shortly. We have returned. And I've realized that it's also time for me to draw another card. So I'm going to do that. And
Lucky coin. Lucky coin.
as well, since we... Yeah, I mean, yeah, let me go ahead and pull this card real quick. It's not quite the lucky coin, I'm afraid. As we are here in this environment. No, this is a slightly different card from the lucky coin. And this is the Enveloping Darkness, which I'm sure has nothing to do with what's happening right now.
That's appropriate.
Nothing at all. Yeah, so just as a kind of a reminder on the Enveloping Darkness, let me find it here. Enveloping Darkness. There it is. There it is.
Too soon.
Card number 39 for the Enveloping Darkness. And just go ahead and show it again here. So let's see. The Enveloping Darkness. There we are. So it is a mysteries card. Its meanings are restriction, loss, and endings. Dark isn't an absence of light. Light is an absence of darkness. Darkness is the default. It moves to fill any place the light abandons. The dark was the totality of the actuality before the suns existed, and according to the many, the dark will be totality again once the suns are gone. The darkness is the end. It takes things. It takes us. It grabs, constricts, and overwhelms everything not warded by the light. The Enveloping Darkness portends an ending. Something draws quickly to a close. Endings aren't always bad, though. So this card turn can bring relief as an affliction or problem comes to an end. This card can also mean restriction or denial. The tendrils of the Enveloping Darkness can hold us fast and keep us from doing what we want, an end to freedom, so to speak. This card does not suggest death for the person in question, but it can suggest the death of someone involved in the matter at hand. So, we have a dance that is going on. This music is playing in the background. I'm kind of envisioning sort of Restoration era masquerade type stuff here.
Some Bridgerton shit.
Yeah, some Bridgerton shit's going on here. And all these dancers at first are Vor. But the landscape, as we've said, is constantly shifting and receiving things from and people from other places, possibly as this is going on. And you will see, as everyone sort of is looking around, and you see that there are trays going by with drinks on them. You'll see one of these masked individuals taps Vor on the shoulder. You see he's wearing a, looks like a guy possibly. He's wearing a sort of a nice long white coat. He's got white hair. He's wearing a mask. He's kind of got a slightly elongated nose. And he bows for a moment. And he says, "May I have this dance?"
Yes. Watch it be Nimrigul.
Well, as you're dancing, you dance forth, and, sort of with the expectation that perhaps this is Nimrigul, as you go out into the dance floor, and you're sort of swaying back and forth, as one does in these things, circling, as you're going further out. And I will say that everyone here has met Nimrigul, and so, as you see sort of behind you, coming into the room, wearing blue armor and a blue mask, sort of standing up, sort of next to, comes forward and stands next to Arushka, Shantanu, and Shah. Just sort of looks down, and you can kind of tell who it is. He sort of just lifts his mask. I wonder who that is she's dancing with. Perhaps we should do something. You see Vor As this one is dancing, so have you found what you're looking for yet?
Oh, but I think I'm making progress. She says, very, very turning the dance so that she doesn't have to look at
At the
the
darkness?
part of the ballroom that's falling away. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're going to receive probably a few offers shortly. But I thought I would at least... I know that you had probably more questions before things... And he says, and he looks over your shoulder, says, before things go one way or another. It's very interesting to find you here, but then again, I suppose in some ways, if you come here, you've been everywhere. So, I note that I don't want to necessarily cause you to remember too much here, because I see that is having a little bit of a deleterious effect. Am I correct in that assessment?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course not. Very well. I don't know if it would make you feel any better to know that you have quite possibly saved the actuality.
I did make a bargain that I wouldn't destroy the world, so I feel like I've upheld that, at least.
Yeah, that's good. I suppose technically I could say I'm speaking to you from your past, so... But I can see these other things around from your present and future, and so it's going to be rather interesting to untangle these, I suppose. We're really supposed to, in a way, be discussing the job you're about to do for me from my perspective, but then at the same time, would that do you harm, undue harm at this time?
This is a Rethi, isn't it?
This feels very much like this is a Rethi, you're suddenly realizing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. Vora gets kind of a very reckless smile on her face, I think, at this point, and says, I don't think there's anything you could say that could make this worse.
Ah, well, that's good, I suppose. So, we're looking at reinstating the game, possibly. From your perspective, it would be, yes, afterward. I would think that it's going to need to happen. We're going to need something, because things are going to fall out of balance at some point again. And we need something to help maintain that balance. The time being, of course, you've earned something of a boon. But we'll get to that in a moment. Now, I'm going to trust you to know what you can handle in this state. But is there anything else you would like to know about the job first?
I mean, I think it would be prudent if you gave me just a quick summary of what precisely it is you want me to do, just to make sure I'm 100% clear.
Very good. Well, it's quite simple. Now, you're here to win. I hear that's what you do. You come very highly recommended.
I am very good at winning.
And so I'm prepared to sponsor you for the grand game.
Mm-hmm.
The trick is, you see, the most important thing, it's not absolutely important that you win necessarily, so much as it is that one whom I strongly suspect is, well, there's a particular lady of the eights that I think needs to lose. I don't think she's necessarily acting fully of her own accord. She might even want to lose. She might help you. But the important thing is that she loses.
Gotcha. And would this lady's name happen to start with an I?
Yes, in some translations, probably. Of course, I don't know that yet, do I? No, I don't, but I'll learn it eventually. Time frames can be a little strange to uncover, but you get to a point when you can figure it out. It's and there are techniques you figure out, you see.
I know who you're referring to.
Precisely. So, the important thing is that she loses. The others I'm not quite as concerned with. I do want to keep an eye rather on Miss K. But
You and me both.
As I'm not entirely certain she can be trusted. There's a lot going on in the way. There's a lot of ambitions that are mounting, or that in your case have already mounted. You've probably already seen the aftermath of it. Don't tell me. But
I won't.
if you're able to do this, then, well, to be frank, I shan't have to look into other more probably destructive avenues. You're able to do this and see it through.
I'm pretty sure I can make sure someone loses.
Very good. Do not get me wrong. I am perfectly happy to for your shall we say your stock to raise, as long as mine does as well. There are much more unpleasant ways that this whole thing can go for everyone, and I do not wish to resort to such measures. I much prefer being civil.
I was just going to say it would be highly uncivilized if actual fighting were to break out.
Very good. That being the case, I would ask you to ask your friend to lay off, as they've been digging rather into too much. I understand he's probably being spurred by, well, she is rather willful. But assure them that you have things under control, if you wouldn't mind. The more that is the case, the less I will have to do directly, and I think that will be better for everyone.
Consider it done.
Excellent. And sort of swinging around, and you can see as these memories are sort of settling, back across the room where everyone's standing with the guy in blue armor, he's like, oh dear. I'm going to have to do something here, won't I? And he's starting to wade into the crowd. Now your boon, he says, your reward, as it were. So a little bird told me that sometime in the near future you're going to be contacted by some Vance or other, and who's going to ask you for assistance with one of their compatriots. Their mind is being invaded by, it's probably one of the students of that self-aggrandized dead fellow Maraline. If you look very carefully in her mind, in the right place, you'll find a rather important key to a book I think we're both rather familiar with. And he sort of nods, and you see kind of, as he sort of raises his hand, you see what looks like an M here on it, briefly, for just a second. That at least will perhaps point you in the right direction, if you wish to take advantage of it.
Thank you.
The music is ending, and everyone notices the dance floor is rumbling closer. What I mean by that is the edge of the dance floor is rumbling closer. People are falling off into the void. And at this point, you see, still dancing, Arethi spins off, and almost like a mirror, you see someone, sort of as these dancers are sort of spinning around, they part, and you see someone stand up. And he keeps standing up. And he keeps standing up. And you realize that you were looking unmasked at Mr. Child. As this, and he's going to lean forward. He says, "Oh, there is a way out of here. I can, if you wish, deliberately move you into shadow. That would heal, at least this. It would take some time. But it would stop this from happening. I'm not on a job. This is your choice. I'm offering it to you once." At the same time, a hand falls on your shoulder, and you look and you see Nimmergul, who is there clad in blue armor. Nimmergul sort of leans in and says to you, the Nimmergul that's been in your head has been silent up until this point. Going to say, well, you can do that if you like. The other way we can do it involves, shall we say, directing all of this into something that's going to probably quench possibly a lot of what you've learned. But it'd save your life if you're interested in doing that. I can pull something in. I'm not sure what pieces are going to remain. But at this point, I would say you are reaching very close to what I'm guessing would be now or never. You must make a decision as to if you wish either of our assistance, or if you're going to do something on your own, but now is the time.
I don't think we're super thrilled with either of those options.
That is true. These are two sucky options.
Yeah.
It is up to you to decide if you want to pick one or if you want to try something else.
Vor has never been the type to settle for terrible options. And if it doesn't look like either of those options are winning ones, she will find another way. And I think that is what she's going to do here. And if she fails, it will be on her own terms. Yeah, I think Vor turns and actually looks at the part of the ballroom that's falling away, really, for the first time, and actually focuses on it.
Okay.
And is going to... She has spent so much time lately mucking around redecorating in her own mind, shall we say, and messing around with things that are reality warping, that she's going to attempt to stabilize the ballroom.
Okay.
And pull as much of it back from the void as she can.
All right. We're reaching forth to do this, and how are you doing this? Is this a spell, or is this, what do you want to do?
I feel like it usually is a spell with her, so that makes the most sense.
Everyone else is going to see you doing this. They're actually, everyone else can be close enough to help out if you wish. as this is happening.
Can I do something really weird?
I encourage people to do things that are really weird.
If this is Invisible
So-
Sun, Djinnaya.
I know. But I mean, even by Invisible Sun standards. So I have this ephemera object called No Genesis, which is an herb that technically gives 6 bene to intellect and a point of hidden knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
But Shaw's a maker, and I have the accelerated making skill. Can I just shift this herb to basically be something that instead of providing intellect, like heals mental injuries, like calms mental injuries instead of adding intellect?
Yeah, you
It
can
would be
just have
a
it manifest
level-
in that way. Yeah. Go ahead.
It would be I guess it would be a level 5 effect, but I have enough craftability and stuff that I could make that automatic.
You can. This is the Kaleidoscope Void. You can shape things instantaneously. You've taken the time to make this, but it's happened already.
Right, okay. Vor Shaw comes up to you and pulls from one of her pockets this tiny forged metal pipe with like all these curly bits, and then she pulls out a little bag of an herb and like pours it into it, and she lights it and hands it to you.
Oh my gosh. Vor's immediate reaction would be to put it in her mouth and wink at you and say, "See, Shaw, you're always good at a party."
Thank you, I try.
Cool. Okay.
So
So-
I don't know if that's a
Mhm.
mental injury or if this is just your mental shifting, but it should at least provide something that gives you more ability to be mentally under control.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be a challenge. The base challenge is 11.
So say, how badly did I screw up?
But you now are using a level 5 item. So that's going to knock it down to 6.
Okay.
What else would you like to throw at this?
Well, so it is going. I am going to use magic. I'll use Vor's. I picked the aggregates, so I'm going to use strength from diamond. I am going to use illumination from fire, and I am going to use conjoining from lust, basically to try to rebuild the ballroom of her own mind, essentially. And I have enough sorcery that I can put 6 points in it. But I also have the warping reality skill that I've been leaning on. That's a level 2 skill. So if I can apply that, then I only have to spend 4 sorcery.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can definitely use the warp reality skill here because that is quite literally what you're doing. Let me just look at creating a. This is not an illusion. You want something that you're creating a permanent item or structure no larger than a small area. That is, in fact, level 6.
Oh, perfect.
So, this will do it. I'm just going to ask you to roll for flex.
Sure. It's 2 dice, right? Or do you want me to just roll 1?
You can roll 2 dice because there's probabilities involved. We're looking at the second die to see if it's a 0. It is not a 0.
No flux.
What does this look like?
So pipe in hand now, which is incredibly Vor between her cane and her very well tailored pantsuit, and now a pipe. Although she probably has her mimosa glass is like her champagne glass is like tucked into like the inside pocket of her suit right now. She turns and actually looks at part that's falling away. And I think for those people who are actually here, so the rest of the group, there is a sudden feeling of gravity in the space. Like everything gets heavier as Vor tries to push everything back together. And you actually see on the other side of the room bits and pieces coming out of the darkness now and replacing the parts that had been eaten away until the ballroom is whole again. And I would imagine there's also like people who, because we said there were people falling off, right? Like there are people who are returning back out of the void. And I think part of this too is that the barrier, the glass barrier that's on either side shatters and vanishes as this is going as well.
Excellent. And as the glass barrier shatters, you notice all, as you see once again, is a ballroom full of people. And on the far wall, there is a door that is incongruous with the rest of it. It's sort of a dark, sort of shadowy door. It looks sort of dusty. It suddenly appeared, kind of like a curtain has parted, and it's there. You see light leaking through the gap. And it's slowly opening, and you feel, once again, that same welcoming light coming out from behind it.
Or we'll walk right up to it and open it.
Once again, there is a flash of light, and everyone is sitting once again at a brunch table. In this case, you are... Where are you? You're in the dining car, that really big dining car of the train. And through the window, you see Yestervale. And the same brunch table is out in front of you. It's like the rest of the tables have kind of been moved aside to make room for this big brunch table. And the masked chef is throwing vegetables around behind his counter. As you all sort of tune in and see sort of where you are and where you're sort of sitting, periodically little slips of paper fall down from the ceiling that look like flyers for a library, as this is happening. They seem to be addressed to both Vor and Shantanu, and they're just reminders of different events happening at the Younger Library. So from seated next to you, or Adis looks across at someone and says, "Oh yeah, I'm sorry, what were you saying?" And you hear from your left-hand side, and you know the rest of your companions are also here at this table. From the left-hand side, you hear, "Oh yes, it was rather a spot of bother that occurred. I think that, but the sky does appear to have cleared up at this point. Some rather, I think, rather overprotective angel came down, followed by a number of I assume they were goetics, probably, most likely." She's just sort of looking over at Mac for a second and just kind of nodding. They came and carried off that one shadowy lady. And then there was rather sort of there seemed to be some kind of little explosion out in the desert, from what they could tell. And then the sky cleared up, and then it was sort of declared that the angel came back and said that there was that there had been this rather large snake being out there who had decided to move on. The rattlesnake, he said, had decided to move on. I'm not entirely sure what that means, but my understanding is it was an unusual way for it to be taken care of. I did finish my research. into your lineage that we had talked a little bit about. I remembered where I'd seen the name Vanus, and it does seem that, well, how do I put this delicately? Some of it was in my brother's notes. There are certain books that only members of your family can open, it would seem. And he had a hold of one of those books for some time. And he was in a rather unusual partnership with somebody a while back, some demon lord or other. Yes, that there's a certain thing. Apparently, were any of your ancestors scribes of any kind that you're aware of?
No, I have no idea.
There is something. It has to do with the shuffling about of realities. But in any case, yes, you've got a certain. If you look around, if you see certain markings and can recognize them inherently, then that's seem to be what we're referring to. What they were referring to. That's as best as I can tell. It is rather unusual, what appears to have happened. Also, the mushrooms have been acting up. That is something, and she just sort of gestures toward Aroshka. That is something I fear you will need to take care of rather soon, young lady.
Sure. I'll get right on that as soon as we're not doing this.
Yes, of course. Yes, you're in a strange extra-dimensional space. I mean, who hasn't been there? It would seem. But, I just wanted to point that out to make certain that you understood. I would very much like to have my garden back. That's all I can say about it.
Yes, right. We haven't forgotten about the evil mushrooms.
I appreciate that. It's been sitting there rather long enough. Evil place. And
totally did forget about the evil mushrooms, but not tell the old lady that.
And Ada sort of looks over. I mean, I can start looking into some of that if you like.
Oh, there'll be plenty of time for that. Adis,
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
I'm just getting this. Do you have any? Can you recommend any good books, by the way? She says, sort of lifting and sort of seeing one of these flyers that's addressed to you.
Oh, yeah, and like Bor will start giving her like book recommendations.
Yeah. And as this sort of a party begins happening, kind of, as a brunch party begins happening, as the masked chef serves these strange purple vegetables to everyone, you will see walking into the car is Miterend.
Mm-hmm. I was waiting for that.
He will step forward, and he sort of will take a seat that now is no longer occupied by Adis. You see, I'm sorry I'm so late.
You're perfectly on time.
And he just sort of leans forward. He says, "There's a lot, and I'm tired of playing with other people's heads. I'm tired of playing with my own head. So I'm just going to ask this. Should we just give it another try?"
I think I would like that very much.
And you can see he's sort of a weight lifts from his shoulders a little bit, and he's like, he just sort of glances over and sees, and he sort of glances past you and sees Aroshka looking at and he's like, it's not going to be without its challenges.
I'm sure we'll all find a way to get along.
Yeah, I think I've got something for you. He reaches into his coat, his starry coat, and as it parts, you see that what you're seeing in front of you is this vision behind him. Mm-hmm. As the coat parts and sort of opens, and you see behind him through the coat. It's a little weird. But you see another plinth. with another vacancy atop it.
Or will reach into one of her many pockets and pull out another consolidated, unwritten, and deposit it inside the plinth.
You deposit it. There is a flash of light as you go forth, and you do so. And now the time that we have all been waiting for has come. Shantanu, what does it look like inside your head?
It's actually kind of desolate. Like it's like you're on a road and essentially you're stuck at a crossroads.
All right.
You have the side of familiarity and the side of the unknown.
All right. So you see this crossroads. I draw a card. as has been our way. We've got the Blind Guardian. This is a silver card. I can turn on the sun. Now, finally, this is a silver card. And silver is up, gold is down. And we find the Blind Guardian here in our various thingies. Okay, this is card number 16. The Blind Guardian. It's visions, safety, impartiality, serenity, blindness, challenges. The Blind Guardian watches over us like a protector. That's probably our Doric guards. Because of its blindness, it confronts all intruders equally. From the lowest vermin to the most powerful god, from the purest angel to the vilest demon, its blindness also confers a calmness. You'll never see the Guardian worry or fret, nor will you see it eager or anticipatory. To those that seek what it guards, it is a difficult challenge. You cannot bribe or charm this Guardian, and despite its blindness or because of it, it is very difficult to fool or deceive. In divination, although it can represent a challenge arising before one can proceed, typically this card is a positive turn, indicating safety or serenity. If some sort of authority figure or any judgment at all is involved, this card indicates that they can be counted on to be impartial. Rarely it suggests literal blindness involved. Okay, that's actually not a bad card. Once again, this is Visions, which wants to check. So that's Shantanu. You're gonna get a bonus.
Yay!
Remember your +1 here.
Right.
So, this crossroads has a lot of dust sweeping through it. As you stare at it, you look at it, and you see, as things are moving, you feel as though you're in multiple places at once. Everyone kind of feels as though you're in multiple places at once. It's kind of like I would expect the sensation that one sometimes feels when one has the ability to shatter themselves into many, many pieces and be located in different places. And someone is arriving on the crossroads. You see a figure. Looks like someone walking toward you. And someone, it looks like a figure of a woman wearing a veil. As she steps forward, looking at you all, as she is approaching Shantanu in particular. She's dressed in black. I would ask if you have an update for me. Shantano, per our last deal. Have you discovered a way in which your model has been changed? It's rather important that we know this because events seem to be happening. She sort of looks up into the sky. And it's like you're observing as though from a remove. It's not happening right over you. But the sky looks a little bit like, it looks golden. It looks like it looked when you were in the gold. On the night side of the gold specifically. And you see once again this mighty hand reaching forward, this dark hand of void. And you see the sky as a rift that is happening on it. Light crackling through it. I don't know if he's going to be I don't know if he's going to be successful or not, Shantano, but he's trying to force it. I can feel it happening, or trying to happen. So if your model has had any changes to it, now might be a good time to tell us.
As a player, I'm drawing a blank on what model she's referring to.
This is the voice of Igthamad.
Right.
This is Igthamad standing before you. She's just in a different form right now.
Mm-hmm.
She asked you to let her know if you ever saw a way in which your model of the soul has been changed or adapted. And how it was different. You have seen such a thing recently, multiple times. Remember, and most recently with the use of the Celestial Nexus that Manfred was doing.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess the only real change I've found is, I guess, something that's been me all along. Like, my separations and questing for wholeness was not necessarily in vain, but perhaps something that was already a thing. I guess the idea of me being incomplete was more of a yearning. That even in separating myself, I was always the whole me.
She nods. Ah. It is good that you come to this realization now. because you have a decision to make. I am entreating you here now. And actually, as she's saying this, you notice someone is standing behind her now, or perhaps they were always standing behind her. And you see it is that figure covered, swaddled completely in clothing that was, head to toe in these rags, that you met briefly in the cell that she was keeping. It is the Resurrectionist. It seems that I entreat you now, not as one who tries to guard reality, but more as a mother. My daughter is going to eventually find an opening in what she does. She is rather stubborn. She will try to make her own reality, regardless of any help she may or may not have. And he will take advantage. So, I know of a way that you can undo him. And as she's saying this also, there's sort of mist curling around, and you see a shape also coming out of the mist, kind of closer. It's in the sky, sort of a big slab of an object. It hasn't resolved itself fully yet. And she continues speaking. I know of a way, as you have exchanged some of your essence with his, she says, pointing up at the hand in the sky. You can draw and separate his pieces as well. But it may have a lasting effect upon you. I do not know if you would ever be able to reassemble yourself afterwards. So the decision must be yours if you wish to act in this way. But something must be done, else the actuality is at stake. And at the same time, as you're pondering this for just a moment, you will see resolving itself out of the clouds is this big slab of a building hovering just a few hundred feet up that everyone has seen before here. It's the strip mall. And I think everyone who looks at it has this interesting sensation of being both here and now also on its roof. As you just sort of look around. You ever have that in a dream? You just sort of look and you're kind of somewhere else, but you look back and, oh yeah, I could still be here. You're in both places. And effectively now, Igthamad is to your left, and to your right, standing atop the roof also, you see an Elderbrand who looks fairly human-like, but is obviously not human. Today he has reddish skin. He's wearing sort of a dark pirate-type outfit. This is Dak, the current leader of the of those who the current captain, as it were, of this mini-mall vessel, the strip mall vessel. He sort of looks over. He says, I mean, you could do that, or you could help us get this ritual done and just seal off anything he tries to do. It's going to be dangerous, but we got a way in. We think we're going to have to block him. We're getting desperate now. It's the only way to stop the conundrum. And Shantanu, you look, and as time almost slows down for a moment as you see this thing happening in the sky. You see this Elderbrand standing on the roof entreating you for one path. You see Igthamad trying to entreat you for another path. And you feel the weight of decision time upon you. would you like to address this situation?
Um, oh, damn it. I know what I would do, and I know what Shantano would do.
Shantano right now has the advantage of being all of his various selves if he wants. He could be, so just keep that in mind too.
Yeah.
Infinite timelines. Infinite Shantanos. Who knows?
Oh.
He's... I think Shantano's going to be like, going to... He's gonna take a seat in the middle of the crossroads. Just I guess he'll look at Dax and look at Ictamad and he's like, well, I'll collect the rest of myself, I guess, and I guess try to extract the rest of themselves from the enemy of reason. And then lay down in very much a stargazing position and go and say, but what happens, happens. I'm just going to watch.
Okay. So, I just want to be clear here. What are you trying to do something now?
The opposite of that.
You're going to do nothing. You're just going to let the universe roll over and just observe.
I'm going to be an observer and see what the natural occurrence is.
All right. You see the hand reach forward. As it happens, our current card is the Blind Guardian. You see Ictamad vanishes, but the Resurrectionist's still there, and they come over and just sort of sit down next to you at the crossroads, sort of nodding. Looks up at the sky. It's going to be too many people for me to bring back if they succeed, but I respect your decision. I might be very busy in a moment. I suppose we shall see what happens.
Yeah. I guess just enjoy the view till we know.
Nods. Dak, frustrated, is like, all right. A head full, lads. We're doing this. The hovering building flies straight at that opening, that rift. Burning like a comet as it grows closer and closer. You see, as you're looking And you're watching. You see light coming off of it. And you see it meet where the hand is. And a concept echoes down from this, reverberates. The idea that reality itself, or the idea of reality, I should say specifically, the idea of reality collapses. Can it happen? How does it happen? This is the conundrum. And I am going to ask you to make a roll to see if you can puzzle out the solution. Let me tell you your challenge. Is going to be a 13.
13.
Now you have a +1. That's going to be a 12. And what do you want to throw at this?
I have hidden knowledge on the Void Demon. I don't know if that would help. I have searching.
Yeah, I mean, hidden knowledge could help here. Searching could also help.
Would magical lore help?
Yes, this is something that has been written about.
And I don't know if the fact that this is one of my arcs would help at all.
I mean, it's probably coming into play here. But we need to talk about what you're trying to bring in.
Right.
How many points are we looking at actually thus far? If you're using one hidden knowledge, and it's down to so it was down to a 12, it's down to an 11, and then you're using searching and
I have 2
lore?
in searching and 2 in lore.
Okay, so that's down to 8.
Or 7?
I think. 7. It's down to 7.
Right. I don't think understanding motives would help.
No, not here.
No. I have. I wonder if I could use it this way.
Maybe.
I think this was the spell. Was it cryptothesia? I think that's. Is that the one that lets me look on the other side of a door?
Oh, I remember which one you're talking about. You have
in a roundabout way is this not a door or?
Well, yeah, we could interpret it as one, possibly. What's the idea that you're looking? Are you trying to look beyond the door of your mind?
The door of reality existing / not existing.
I mean, if there's anywhere that's going to work, it's here.
Right.
So you could cast that. Yeah. What do you know what level that spell is?
It says a level 2 spell.
Okay. So if you cast that, that's going to knock it down. You're going to get 2 dice, and that's going to knock it down to a 6 or better.
6. Okay. So that brings it down 1.
5 or better. I'm sorry, my brain keeps leaving out the hidden knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go with 5 then.
Okay. You can also spend a penny if you wish, but that's up to you.
Yeah, may as well.
Okay. Do you want to like intellect? Is that what we're going for here?
Yeah,
Most likely what would be going for.
on.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you spend that, that's going to be 4. So 4 or better, 2 dice. Okay.
Which wasn't meant to be.
Everything here. Everything. As you see them strike, you haven't quite puzzled out what's happening, but you see cracks forming in reality itself. In much the same way they do in Chantino. And everything here shatters. It is very dark here. Everyone is drifting. Alone in the dark for a moment. How would one find one's way back?
How am I going to do it?
Yeah.
I have a forte ability
Mm-hmm.
called Reassemble Elsewhere.
You do have that.
And I'm going to use that to try and assemble at the brunch table.
You're going to concentrate. You're going to try very hard to get out of here and reassemble at the brunch table. What level is this forte ability?
Just doing this on the fly. See, level 7.
Okay. I think that's going to be sufficient for this. So, this time everyone finds themselves coming back together, reassembling at the brunch table. very slowly. It's a little painful. In fact, everything is pieced back together. Things are a little scrambled. And you find that you're once again at a brunch table somewhere. It's actually at that seems to be at a thing like that World's Fair where you were at the beginning of this campaign. You see tents all around things. And then, but you see people from all different walks of life. At this table, you see a couple of cats debating. Debating the nature of existence. One of them is a blue cat, the other is an orange cat who's up on his front legs.
Oh no.
You see a few of the circus performers that you encountered before. The wonderful Isra is there with her assistant. The groundhog is here. Notices you all reassembling and just sort of ducks a little bit behind the tablecloth.
I'd like to sincerely apologize to the groundhog.
Oh, there you are. You see the blue cat says. Oh yeah, we were just trying to figure out this. I was just trying to figure out with this dunderhead what the whole nature of being a whole being is like. We can't figure it out. Well, it's a rather inane question, I think. but I have been trying to explain that it's not something I think worth worrying about too much. But she does keep insisting. I am very good at insisting, I will admit. Israel will just sort of look over. Yeah, where'd you folks come from?
Some would say we were always here.
Yeah. Oh, ain't that the truth? It's been a while. Are you okay? You doing okay?
Are those scones?
Those are scones. And sort of sit there for a little bit. And I think that ultimately, eventually, after a little while, just sort of waiting and watching, a large elephant-like being is going to enter and just deposit a wooden a stone plinth, just sort of shake their head and and move on. This stone plinth, as again, this stone plinth has what looks like it's a little bit different from the others. It has a couple of points raised up and sort of little sort of fork points, and you see that it's got a little plaque on it that says "The Pen of the Philosopher." And it is rather asking, well, shall we say something specific? Yeah.
I walk over to Chanteau and hand him the pen and say, I think you left this with me.
Oh, I gave it to you. It's yours.
It's mine.
Yeah.
All right, then. I'm just going to put it on this thing and see how it looks then. If you don't mind. And Shaw will, like, kind of give a weird side-eye to Shotno and then walk over and set it on the plinth.
As you do so, a bright flash of light emerges from it. And now this time has come. Time has come for Aroshka to tell us what it looks like inside her head.
Okay. I've been thinking about this really hard. So I think the inside of Aroshka's head, this is like, I have this vision in my mind because there's this very specific place I've been to, and I don't even remember where it was. So I don't know if anybody else, but basically I went to this museum one time. We're down like in one of the basement levels. So there's no windows. It's really dark. Like you were walking down kind of this hallway, and then every once in a while there would be like a scene lit up. Right, and it was just like empty. It was like the backdrop for a play or something kind of. And I feel like you're just sort of in this space, and it's not really like a hallway. It's just like a void basically that you're walking around, and every once in a while there's just like a little spotlight on a little scene, and it'll be like at one spot there's like, maybe the library and the book house, and then, there's the observatory, and some of these places are places that you, like, everyone definitely recognizes, and then there's other places too, like there's a rooftop, and there's just like two like glasses sitting next to each other, or there's like this big park with like a viewing tower, or just a whole bunch of different scenes, but they're all completely empty. Like it's just stuff, a place. There's no like people, there's no noise, it's all static.
Yeah. And as you're sort of walking through and you're seeing this sort of odd sort of museum of partial memories, you will see you find yourself under a larger spotlight. Well, actually, you're not under it. You're approaching it. And there is a speaker mushroom standing underneath it. The time has come for our reckoning and the fulfillment of your promise.
Right.
Our subjects require a host for experimentation. And I see that you require, shall we say, a different anchor? This is clearly your intent. Greetings, folks. Thanks for the raid. Hi, Prax. Hi, Pope. Hi. We're in the kaleidoscope void outside of reality. Inside everybody's heads.
They're all fun places.
Yes.
Absolutely fantastic.
So this evil mushroom, this evil nightside mushroom speaking to you, will ask, we can release your party to you, so that you may reattach it wherever you wish. We would only request that we be permitted to take one individual from it.
Did you have somebody specific in mind?
Oh, any of them will do.
Is Karen at the party?
No, she doesn't go to things like that. Goodness, no. That's unseemly.
Well, I tried.
I feel like there's nobody we met at the party that like I didn't like. I'm like,
Yeah, most
"Ooh."
of everyone you met there are people you either liked or just don't dislike in particular. Kilda was at the party. She was not there last time you were there though. But you never know.
Well, aren't we in some kind of reality where like everything
Yeah.
that ever has been is?
I mean, yes, that's true. Yeah, but wait, there's also a counteroffer because there, as we've surmised, there always is in these places.
Okay.
Underneath another spotlight, within earshot, her arms crossed, you see Vivian. Let me reintroduce everyone to who Vivian is. Vivian is a Vance, whom we last saw in your flashback to the Vance mansion upon your return.
That was a really long time ago.
She took essentially a position in the Parasad that you had been rumored to be going for. She was one of your rivals. She's short. She has blood red hair made of cloth woven back severely. The Parasad basically is sort of a peacekeeping arm of the Vances. She said she owed her position to the ingenuity and sacrifice of Eroshka, and immediately apologized upon meeting you again. Her expression is different now, but she's sort of looking back and forth between you and the mushroom, and she says, there are things we could do to fix this. You don't necessarily just go and sacrifice somebody, do you?
Well, it depends on somebody. No, I was having a hard time thinking of anybody I would be willing to give to the evil mushrooms.
We can work something out. We can make it. If you will let us help you, you'll give us access to your research and let us help you, we can get you out of this situation. I mean, it's the least we can do given everything you've done for us. Honestly.
Some of those things, I rather regret.
Well, you won't have to worry about them anymore, will you?
I think perhaps some of my research is best left lost.
You'd rather make a deal with this thing?
Not really.
Well, I am sorry I didn't draw a card. I should draw a card just to see how things are looking.
Kicks and giggles.
Yeah. Oh, we're under the gray sun now. It's the Whispering Lover.
Is Isabella gonna show up?
I mean, one never knows. But, that's something I needed to know for the immediate future. I'll talk about the Whispering Lover in a moment. Let's continue this here. You are being presented with a choice. Or something else, depending on what you decide to do. What would you like to do here?
I do actually feel is everybody else like around? Can I see them?
Yeah, they're all here. Everyone's here.
Because I feel that like so many of Eroshka's past failures have been a direct result of either not telling anyone what she's doing or not listening to people who told her like she was doing things she shouldn't do. So I feel like at this point, she probably turns around and like looks at everybody for a minute and then is kind of like, I don't think this is something I should decide by myself. Because I'm not the only one this matters to.
Shaw's gonna look at her feet and say, I feel like I always used to hear stories where they say they're gonna take somebody and it's somebody you've never met and it just goes badly.
Yeah.
But it sounds like you'd have to be really on top of what anybody did with your research, because that has also gone really badly. But one of those things sounds like you have more control over it than the other one. But I think that you should do what you think is best, because I think we're in your head.
You've come a long way since world-ending ambitions. We trust you.
I mean, it'd be fun to see all powerful Roshka again.
Memories are gonna stay in the giant barrel thing. In the where is it right now? It's in the backyard of the Jenga tower.
It's in the tool shed behind the Jenga tower.
I think those can just stay there. I think I'm going to turn to the mushrooms and squint and just not say anything to the mushrooms. And now I'm going to turn to Vivian and say, how about this? We can use my research together. But you can't just do whatever you want. That's gone poorly in the past. And I won't be responsible for destroying the world twice in a row.
Okay, this is a negotiation.
Oh boy.
Which you're addressing to Vivian, which, let me see if I gave her a rating here. Ah, okay. So the challenge is 7.
Okay.
What would you like to throw at this?
Well, I have charm. Well, okay. I think in this case it's more because I have both charm and persuasion, but I think in this case I'm more persuading because charm feels like more deceitful, and I'm trying to be honest. And I also have understanding people's motives.
Okay. I think that understanding motives is going to be the more likely thing here.
Okay.
Most likely that's sort of what you're trying to negotiate with, it sounds like. How many levels do you have in that?
Just one.
Just one? Okay, so that knocks it down to a 6.
Can I? Yeah, I was gonna say, could I use an interaction, Bennett?
Absolutely.
Can you use more than one? How does that work?
You have to have, I believe it's called Expansive Endeavor, if I recall correctly.
I don't have that one, so we're gonna just ignore that. At least one. It's a sound of 5.
Mm-hmm. I will say You have been consulting your friends for help, so they could help you here also.
Okay. Does anyone want to help, I guess?
I want to help.
Yeah.
That is the thing I want to do.
I am gonna back up a little bit, and I felt like it was really appropriate that Shaw was the one who spoke up, since admittedly Aroshka didn't know this until recently, but since at least parts of Aroshka's research were built on Shaw's work, that she didn't know because the guild had stolen it. So it felt really appropriate that Shaw was one of the ones who spoke up, or the person who spoke up. I don't know if that's a useful thing that I said, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
I would be help.
Okay.
And if you want help trying to talk someone into do something, Vor is happy to contribute her charm skill.
Yeah, I
And
guess
Vor
I'm
will
happy
lie
to
on your behalf.
Hmm?
I said, and Vor will lie on your behalf.
Shaw won't lie for you, but she will happily contribute an etiquette skill, if that will help. Just make everything better. Just properly make the introduction for you.
I think like the last time that we met Vivian, it was like I was completely a person that Vivian didn't know, and I showed up and like crashed her party.
Yeah.
So maybe etiquette could be helpful. Like, sorry, last time we met was really shitty.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
I think that's all I
you
got.
have a couple of people offering to, you have a few people offering to help with their skills. Who do you want to tag in to help you here?
Well, I hope my wonderful cousin doesn't take this the wrong way, but I'm trying to be honest at this point in time.
Boring.
I feel like
Honesty.
Sean gets the
Goes and finds a corner to drink in.
Oh my gosh.
If it makes you feel any better, I feel like whatever corner you go in, you look up and you realize that this memory has something to do with you, but like in a happy way.
Okay, well that does make me feel slightly better, yes.
I've accidentally wandered into the love corner.
I wandered into a corner and it's like us getting up to shenanigans as children or something.
Just the stuff though. But you recognize it.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is that? What are we down to? 4?
So you were down to 5, and then we asked about, as far as I recall, but we could be down to 4 if you're using Shah's etiquette skill.
Yeah.
Oh, you can.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. No, if you have 2 etiquette, you actually can get
Sweet.
more than one. It's your. If I recall correctly, it's your skill level, or if you don't have it, then it's just 1.
Then you can have my 2 etiquette points.
Wow, we're down
That
to
will
3.
put it down. That will put it down to 3.
The only other thing I could think of, I know I never use hidden knowledge ever, and then like twice today I'm like, can I use hidden knowledge? But I feel like specifically in negotiating, I feel that I probably have a much deeper understanding of exactly how my research fucked up the world than Vivian does. And I feel like maybe a certain amount of explanation of like, here's the very good reason why I don't want to just let anybody do what they want, and why I might honestly consider the evil mushrooms to be a better option.
Okay. So yeah, I mean that. And I'll give you 1 on that. So that would bring it down to a 2.
Okay, let's try this.
All right.
See where we get with this.
That would be
literally never rolls 10s, like ever, and then I rolled 2 today.
There it is. So, as you are talking about this and considering it, trying to figure this out, Vivian is like, I don't know if I like those conditions. But I could see it as under possibility, and Vivian is now trying to think more things, and 2 things happen. The mushroom at this point turns and says, I could just take her. That would be easier.
He's offering to take Vivian?
Yes, he is.
No. I think I screwed up things for Vivian enough already.
Someone is coming. You hear footsteps coming.
Can I tell where they're coming from?
Yes, they're coming from out of the darkness beyond the two pools of light. Against this stone floor. Someone in heels, you think? Possibly. I'm not sure if they're in heels or not, but they could be. There's a very specific sound to the shoe. It sounds very familiar. Maybe it's not heels. There's a specific, rather forthright clomping on the floor.
Forthright clomping.
Yeah. Clomp is probably the wrong word. Someone is emerging from the darkness. Would you like to know who you're seeing emerging from the darkness?
Yes.
Everyone sees Aroshka emerge from the darkness.
Oh no. Is it Power Suit Aroshka?
This is Power Suit Aroshka. Although the two of you are kind of dressed similarly right now because you.
I know, because I put on the power suit to come do this.
She will. She'll step forward. She'll cross her arms. She's going to be looking from one to the other. She's going to look at you. One last time. Would you like some help?
I feel like, okay, Aroshka's gonna visibly waver for a minute and then like determination and be like, you know what? Yes.
And she's going to step forward between the two of them. And she's going to step up so where you are eye to eye with yourself. Now, this is where things get kind of weird and meta to an extent. Even more perhaps than they were a second ago. How do you think your old self would resolve this situation?
Honestly, I feel like the old self trusted the Vances completely and would absolutely be like, I feel like it's almost the same solution, but instead of being like, yes, you can have the research, but, you know, you can't have everything or whatever, past Aroshka would just be like, you know, well, I'm hardly going to let you get all the glory, kind of, right? Like, if we're going to do this, we're going to have equal contributions, so it's not your project, it's our project.
Okay.
Because I do feel like past Aroshka probably would not just sacrifice people to the evil mushrooms, because her whole thing was super ultra, like, possessive protectiveness.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
For everyone and everything. So it's almost the same offer, but instead of like, I don't want to be involved, but I don't want you to just do whatever you want, it's, I'm going to be involved because you don't get to just do whatever you want. It's my research.
Yeah. So, this actually gives you, we're going to just say this gives you another chance at this, and the and the challenge is going to be lowered to, it's basically, we're looking at, where were we? We were at what, 2 or better? Before? 3 or better, 2 or better?
I think
There's
it
3
was
or better.
3.
Yes. So the challenge is now lowered to 1 or better. For this.
Fingers
If you are accepting her help.
crossed. Yes.
And so that is going to work.
Why did it roll twice? Okay, we'll ignore one of those.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the first one.
Okay.
And Vivian will be like, so you can work. See, that's what I needed. That's the confidence I remember. Vivian's actually a little bit both happy and afraid. And she casts, and you can see her casting a spell. You can see your other self casting a spell.
That's gotta be weird since I can't cast spells like that anymore.
Yeah, it is. It's so strange watching it. And you see them. They don't attack the mushroom. A deal is made. But what they provide is essentially a way to they spontaneously generate an empty vessel. It's a person, but it's really more of a homunculus, if you take my meaning. For them to make use of, and it technically fulfills the requirements.
No souls for you, evil mushrooms.
Exactly. And as you see this happening, you see this happen, you see the vessel, and you see the mushroom nod, and takes the vessel by the hand and leads it away. You're going to see behind Arushka, another pool of light appear, and in it, you see what looks like the entrance to the book house, the doorway.
I will go on over to it.
Yeah.
I think I
Very-
still have the key to the book
Very
house.
fancy, like an old-fashioned library, little patio. You step forward, you unlock the door. Arushka puts her hand on your shoulder. I need to know something. First, I want to thank you for trusting me. I need you to know that I was trying to... You know what I was trying to do. What I need to know is, are you ever going to forgive me?
Yes. I think so. I think I'm really not as much of a different person as I thought. And I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily.
Were you a hugging person?
I feel like the answer was like if you had asked anybody back then, it would have been no, but it's yes now. But as we've discovered, it probably was yes back then too.
She will break down and if you wish, if you permit it, she will hug you.
Yes, let's have this extremely weirdly meta hug.
And as you stand there and embrace, the door opens, light floods through, and for a moment you are back at the brunch table. This brunch table is seated on arrayed on an observation platform in a park, looking out over a vast forest. And Isabel is there.
Am I still hugging myself?
Well, yes and no. You're not hugging another version of yourself, but you're kind of doing this.
I will walk over to Isabella.
Well, it's about time. You all right?
Sorry, yeah. Sorry I took so long.
That's okay. I mean, I'm amazed this place is actually... Is this place still here? I don't know.
You know, I never went back, so not sure.
It'd be good to know,
But
I guess. Sorry.
I guess we could find out.
I guess we could. I understand things are different now, and I don't know if things are going to be able to get back to the way they were. I don't even know if that's something you want. You know that I have been seeing other people. I mean, you know, you met Paris briefly, and you see how well that worked out. I just need to know... I don't know. I don't think we should define anything right now. I think we should just sort of see what happens, maybe. But I would be amicable to the idea of hanging out if you would like to.
I would love to. Maybe you can come see the theater sometime.
I'll admit to being a tad curious. I don't think I've ever been in there.
It's very interesting, and I can introduce you to another new friend.
Can you just promise me that you're going to be honest with me? That's all. That's the one thing that I need to be sure of. Are you going to be honest with me?
Yeah, I think I've learned a lot of things since we all came back. I think that that's one promise I can definitely make.
Okay. She just sort of leans forward. Okay. Well then. I guess this is for you then. And she does another gesture, an arcane gesture, and the final plinth appears with a spot on it for a gem.
Who has the gems? I feel like at this point too, I'm gonna grab Vor by the shoulder and kind of like, you know, like drag over into a side hug. Like, sorry, I feel like I haven't really been there for you either, since I came back.
That's okay. We both have a lot going on. I think. Let's agree to put that behind us and move forward. Deal?
Deal.
Okay. And Vor will return the hug, and when they pull away, she will have placed the last gem in Aroshka's hand.
I'm gonna just like real cash, just drop it on the plinth.
As you are doing so, you will hear the retreating sounds of Isabel's voice saying, "Good. Now all you have to do is find your way out." Wasn't there something else you were looking for in here? Here? Sort of echoes. There's a bright flash of light. In a moment, I'm going to ask Shah to describe what it's like inside her mind. I do need just like a minute and a half. Real quick, though. Just a real quick little... Can we take a tiny mini break? Real quick. Would that be all right? All right. As sometimes a person gets older. needs to prevent his legs from cramping. So this will be just a moment, and we shall come back and conclude. We shall return in just a sec. See you shortly. Greetings once again, folks. Thank you for hanging out with us. We're almost there. We're nearly there. So, there was a failure that happened, and so in the rolling. So what I'm going to ask is, Shah, what should it look like in your head?
Oh no.
Oh, I think I'd already done this equation and made it worse than it was.
Hey, if you got more ideas, I'll be happy to take them.
So I think what Shaw wants it to look like in her head is very orderly. You know, Shaw has this plant where she grows perfectly cubical fruit on it in her house to serve for guests. Everything is a platonic solid. And in her mind, she wants it to be this giant sort of forged vine plant that spreads out. And in each cube, there is sort of an idea or a gift that she has to kind of give to the world. But what I think is actually in her head as we walk into it is that where those cubes should be, there are forged cages, like the cage that she carries. And in one of them, there is a Shaw that is a small child, and she's kind of like curled up scared in the corner. And in another one, there's a Shaw that's kind of like Train from Busan zombie Shaw that's like viciously scratching at the things in hunger. And in another one, there's a Shaw that is adult and clearly has gone into like a state of mental illness. There's another, like every cage is just a different version of Shaw that's everything she's afraid of being seen as. And from each cage is sort of spreading rust on the metal floor. And as soon as Shaw comes into the room, she starts trying to polish the rust off the floor.
Excellent.
If you would like to make that worse, you are welcome to.
Sort of harkens back to the to when Pope GMs something. Tell me what's gone wrong, and I'll tell you how it gets worse. Yes, you see these things. You see these cages. By the way, I've drawn the Imperator. This is a sovereign card. Let me display it here. If I can pull it up. There it is. In a second, this is card number 27. And let me go ahead and bring us over. There it is. There's the Imperator. It is a visions card. Meanings are wisdom and war, turning points, deciding factors. Okay. Sometimes conflict is needed, and the Imperator believes that keeping a level head and using intellect and wisdom rather than rage or brute force paves the path to victory. Of course, not every crisis point lies within a literal battle. Some conflicts take other forms, stressful situations where some are prone to make rash decisions based on emotion. But not the Imperator. Follow his example. The Imperator is the sovereign of the Visions family. He is a leader, an advisor, a teacher, and a mighty warrior. This card represents the crucial turning point, the deciding factor that brings victory or defeat, the crisis point. Generally, the interpretation is that when this card is turned, the person in question must make a very important decision upon which everything that follows now rests. The Imperator also suggests that this choice should be made with consideration and care, not emotion or haste. This is so good. Depending on your definition of good, this is quite good for me. Let's see. So let's see. Also just scroll down here to get the oh yeah, everyone gets a +1, by the way, in this. As this is going, so because it's a sovereign. So here's the thing. Have you ever seen Time Bandits? So there's this moment near the beginning when they're in someone's bedroom, when they're in the kid's bedroom, the main character, and there's like sort of a rumbling, and you see sort of on the wall this posters of sort of medieval knights and things like that. And here's this rumbling as of like a horse leading up, and then a knight on horseback comes bursting through the wall, leaps over his bed, and the horse continues running down into this forest that suddenly has appeared on the other side. So, the reason I mention that is because as you look around this place and you're trying to straighten, you hear the sounds of battle. And your room here with these cages hanging is still here. But also here is a battlefield as arrows whiz by. And something on a skeletal horse leaps its way through your room. And you see, this is your place portion of the battlefield. And then outside there's a wider battlefield. The sky is very pale. You see dead people fighting dead people. And it looks like some sort of pitched conflict is happening, or has been happening for some time, as two armies have been clashing. I have to open something really quickly. I have to open Encuridian, where it gives descriptions. You see that you're by a large walled city. In what must be the Pale. And coming down and drifting next to you, Shah, is an angel. You see there are a few of them flying over some parts of the field out toward what looks like could be the gate that is just outside the walls of Catafalque, or a little bit of a ways away. The city of Catafalque, where the capital of the dayside of Pale. And as you see that the forces of Empress Jalad and Queen Fazramir have been engaging here for some time. The angel, which looks like it's Cesenua, comes up next to you. He is wearing armor. And he's looking around. He's he looks to you. He looks to the cages. He says, "What's here? Why have you stopped?"
I stopped what? I don't know what I was supposed to be doing.
Oh no. This isn't. You haven't done this yet.
I believe that's correct. But she looks back at the cages and tries to kind of kick some of them into silence and try to step between them and the angel.
Okay, I don't know how much time we have. All right. But here's the important thing. We were in the process of making an opening for you.
Okay.
I don't know how much... He's about to do something terrible. We thought we'd just about... Okay. Quick version. We thought we'd just about routed Fazramir. But then Duke Marline showed up with, it seems, former compatriot of yours.
Of ours.
Well, yours specifically. What's her name? Morgan? She's got a barrier up. That's going to... where, we've contained some of the... where she's containing some of the stuff that he's summoned in from the edge of Blue and Pale. And she is... I don't know what she's preparing to do with it, but it can't be anything good because she's in here on his side. But we have an opening to him. And I know you or one of your friends here, as you're supposed to have brought the thing that can kill him. So I just need to know which way you want to go on this. So I can tell the others to make the route open and prepared. And he points to the field. And you see two little hills. Both of them in front of the larger hill that the gate is on. On one little hill, you see Duke Otto Maraline. It's at a great distance, but distance means very little here in this place. The undead Duke he is drawn. You can't see essentially what he's drawn at his feet, but he's doing something at his feet, and then he's up, and there's a symbol, what looks like kind of a summoning circle, above his head that's rotating in midair. And it looks like he's getting ready to draw power. He's carrying a staff of some kind. Across, in the other direction, you see this sort of blue-tinted shield. It looks like a bubble. And just to the side of it, with guarded a bit, you see Gilda Morgan. She is doing something to generate this shield. But she's doing something with the device. And you hear sort of cries of torment coming from it. You see two kinds of magical unholy hell unholy hell? Is it a contradiction in terms? Magical hell getting ready to be unleashed from two quarters.
Right.
And Cesenua is looking to you to find out what you want to do.
And am I correct in understanding that they're looking at me to decide which one I'm going to try to stop to create a pathway through?
Yes. As they can devote their forces to one, but not the other. And, it's like the other, well, we hope it works out.
Okay. And also to my fellow players, am I remembering correctly, Anino, did Mac and I not make a promise that we would stop this Duke with the spear that we had, this undead spear of deadness?
Yes, actually.
We did. Okay.
Because I think Shaw wanted to return the sphere, and Mac was all No. We might find a use for this later.
Yeah, you really wanted the spear to stop Manfred.
Yeah, it's a big sort of death scythe, basically. This is
Do
the
we
scythe
still
belonging
have-
to the to the
Right.
spirit of death. Sorry, go ahead.
If I look down at this moment, do I have this scythe with me in the weird timey-wimey place that we are in?
You all have everything that you brought in with you.
Sweet.
And so that does include Death's Scythe, yes.
Okay,
But I think
awesome.
Mac
Good.
had it
You know
last.
that moment where
But,
you're
yeah.
walking around looking for your glasses and you realize that they were on your head the whole time? I think Shaw does this moment where she looks around and realizes that she had the scythe the whole time and just pulls it from her armor at the back and sets it next to her. And she looks at Mac and says, "We make bad promises together." And she looks at Gilda one more time with this look of like, "Oh, fuck that woman." And then she turns and says, "We should move against the Duke."
I'm in favor.
Yeah.
Okay.
What did you say, Anino?
Kitty cat.
Oh, I'm in favor.
So, is that what you tell? Do you tell Suzenua that you're moving against the Duke?
Yes.
Okay. They will clear the way for you
Okay.
to make your attack
All right.
on this evil undead wizard.
Fantastic. This sounds like a great idea. Okay, so Shaw's gonna buckle up, so make sure that she's got her mask buckled on, and she's gonna scythe in one hand, battle fan in the other. I guess once more into the breach.
So, are you just going to basically charge forward? Is that how this is going to look?
Well, I mean, what have I got that I can do? I mean, okay, so let's see
There are
what's
several
still
things
in
you
my
could do.
hand. I have several things I could do.
I mean, it just depends on how you want to tackle it. When you get to him, however, I'm gonna say, yeah, he's in a defensible position, so the challenge is going to be a 6 to get at him.
To get at him?
All right.
Okay.
To get at him and try to defeat him. I'm not gonna make. This isn't gonna be a series of rolls per se. This is
Right.
Yeah.
I would like to also use my spell of Calignis Raptor, which I conjure a shadowy mist in the form of a giant bird that swoops down and obscures sight in a small area, and I'd like
Ooh.
to use that to obscure my approach.
Excellent. What level spell is it? Sorry, go ahead.
It's only level 2, so I'm
Okay.
not sure.
That'll help.
Yeah. I'm happy to... Can I cast it at a higher level? I don't think I... Oh, no, I need to have a secret to do that.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
So I will do that. Is my void elf... Is Mop still with me?
Mop has been.
Or has Mop been fatigued since it
Mop
tried
has-
to take out the enemy
Well,
of reason all by...
Yeah, Mop has been trying to defend the edge from the enemy of reason. So if you want to look,
Okay.
you can see that if you want to look over, you can glance over and see that Mop is still just at the edge right now. Essentially just sort of circling around. Seems to be doing okay. Mop has
Okay,
been
good.
storing up a great deal of energy because you've been feeding him for the last several weeks. So it's
Yes.
probably helpful.
Okay. we'll leave Mop to heal. And then the other thing that Shaw does is she sort of clicks the 2 rings that she made of the keys together, and it generates a picture of the 5 of us in her hand. And as she starts to charge forward, she mutters, for Eroshka, for Chantenau, for Vor, for Mac. And so she gets a +1 on all actions that she does because it's for the sake of her family.
Excellent. And there's also the +1 just from the fact that we have the Sovereign going, but yes, go ahead.
All right. So that's 4.
Can Mac assist on this too?
Sure.
I think Mac is going to dash forward and then drop onto all 4s and basically serve as a stepping ramp for Shaw to leap off of. There's a wrestling move that the Hardy Boys did called Whisper in the Wind. And so basically, one brother would leap off the other brother and fly into someone else. So
I love this. I love this so much.
I want to do one more thing before I go.
Mm-hmm.
I want Shaw to reach down and unlock the cage of the angry zombie and let it out towards the battlefield.
Well, there it is. This is going to pretty much, yeah. What does this thing look like as it emerges? What does this person look like as they emerge?
She looks like Shaw in a sense. So she is, but whereas Shaw is all robed in this carefully made metal, this zombie Shaw is just like clanging pieces of like old corroded chainmail. And her eyes are sort of a solid reddish orb. And her mouth is pulled back and her teeth are all just points of metal. And you can just see just this contained rage released.
Excellent. And as she surges forward, the angels sort of taking sort of aside from, she tears into the enemy's flank and they're like, holy crap. You come forward, leaping forward, and honestly, with this, all I'm going to ask is that you roll anything other than a 0.
Okay.
There it is.
Ta-da!
So I feel almost like this is like one of those scenes almost you would see out of like 300, so where you're going to be arcing through the air, death's scythe in hand. But you tell me, what does this look like as you leap forward to dispatch Otto Marline?
I think I run and I take the lift from Mac, and I have just this moment of like with the names of my family, this feeling of like this belief in myself that my friends have my back, and I just fly forward, and like the zombie is kind of tearing ahead of me, but I pass her, and she like comes and like she just starts tearing into all the forces that are protecting him, and I come down with the scythe and on one hand and my fan on the other, and take him out. And I say, when I do it, I say, this is for betraying your family. And then I think as he falls, without even looking at him fall, like with complete disinterest to the win, I turn back and I look at the zombie and I look across the field at Gilda and I mouth, I'm coming for you.
So this represents a great turn in things. You see, Gilda noticeably reacts. She's like, just shakes her head, just snarls something at someone and makes adjustments to the shield, and the shield bubble moves back. Because they're going to have to figure out something else to do with all of those things. The enemy is retreating. You see as they move away, you see two things happening. As the enemy is retreating, you see riding at the head of the army, following the retreating enemy, you see a skeletal woman clad in armor, carrying a staff with a sort of a crescent moon on its head. That is the Empress Jalad of Catafalque. And you see some of the citizenry starting to sort of mill out a little bit from the walls of some of the doors. There are several doors in the walls of the city. But as ahead of you, as you see that people are moving aside, you can see the gate. The gate to the Pale. And within the gate to the Pale, you see a smaller door. A person-sized door. From here it looks like it's made up of... But again, distance means nothing. Looks like it's made up of sliding gears. A bit like the Hellraiser box. Things moving across it.
I walk towards the door and gesture for everyone to follow. And I look at the door and try to understand the gears.
You know, having seen the Endless Machine, you actually are starting to understand this a bit. You just have to slide a few bolts around. One also on couple on the side. And you think it will start opening.
Okay. I turn some gears and slide some things around and then click it forward.
So, you hear these gears inside, like a flower blooming open a little bit. As you see bits pulling away from the center, you see light starting to spill through. And in that moment, you do get to see sort of a glance behind you as you see the people of Catafalque, the dead, standing there, seemingly appreciative. Among them is a child who drifts forward. He smiles. He waves. You realize it is Thomas. He has, and you think he has, and you see two taller, undead standing near him, taller dead people standing near him, and you think those are probably his parents. And, at this point, the light shines out. And it also seems, in your vantage from as you can see into the sky, you can see the great dark hand retreating into the void. It's both has been and has not been there all this time. And of course, all the unwritten are back. They've been back for a little while. But now, as the light shines on you and you find yourselves once again at the brunch table. You are, you're at what looks like something of a mixer for makers, actually, is where this brunch table is located now. It's not exclusively makers here, but a lot of folks making things at different stations, just kind of happily. There's music playing, and just sort of kind of a little, there's a little bit of an afternoon festival atmosphere. And as you enter and you see a couple of people. You see several people that you recognize. But a couple, there are a few people that take your notice. One is the foreman who's standing up. He's back. He's standing up and nodding. And one of the non-makers here. It turns out Lady Volt is here, and she is with her. I forget if she had blue skin and white hair or white skin and blue hair. It changes, you see. Today it's blue skin and white hair. And she is picked up and is carrying this, what looks like for a moment, this just complete void in reality, this bit of shadow. And then it kind of sort of adjusts its head and you see that it's Mop. She sort of like touches sort of the tip of his nose and a little electricity arcs back and forth.
I head over immediately. Say, "Oh, Mop, you made it back."
Yeah, he's a little tired. Yes, he's a little tired, but yeah, he's been very busy. Here you are.
I take this fairly giant alpaca, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it's a
awkward,
pygmy
but-
alpaca, so it's about the size. It's about the size of a dog. But yeah, it's a little awkward. And he's like, I was able to help him out a little bit, but he's tuckered out. He had a lot to do. Are you you're Shah, right? I don't think we've actually met.
I don't think we have, but thank you for looking after Mop. Yes, I'm Shah Gamelon. Who were you?
I'm Lady Volt. And she waves to Vor.
Oh.
Yes, I'm Volt. My pupil here asked me to not pupil. What term would they use? Cellmate.
Something. Cellmate doesn't sound right.
Yeah.
Circle mate? I don't know. Something of that nature.
My
Yes, soulmate sounds like they were in prison.
my protege. I don't know if she'd even call you a protege.
Protege is
It's close,
fine
yeah.
because Vor calls her mentor, so that would be fine.
My protege, she says, sort of half jokingly, has asked me to look into this little fella. And obviously, there's some there's a bit of compatibility with stuff that I look into, and she says, raising her hands and electricity sparking back and forth. I think he's going to be okay. He's just you just have to watch his appetites. He puts back out whatever you put into him. That's really the main thing. Well, the void can constantly hunger. You just got to watch out for that. But if you do, I think you'll be fine.
Thank you. I'll try not to overfeed him.
Yeah, that's the important thing, I think.
But he's so cute.
yeah.
I'm like, Shah hugs this alpaca.
She's like, oh, I know, isn't he? I mean, I wouldn't object if I can come see him every now and then.
I'd love for you to come and check up on him.
Oh, that would be
If he's okay with it.
And he's like, he's like, Yeah. And she's sort of doing it. It's great. And she'll nod. She'll say, "Thank you very much." And she will turn and she will head over to Vor and basically, and you will get to chat for a bit, as you sort of are catching up on stuff. As you're kind of sort of, as you're kind of sort of, petting, sort of nuzzling, petting Mop, and Mop will be able to walk on his own in a bit. He'll be fine. But the foreman's going to just again come forward. He's kind of been waiting. He's like, "Hey, you get everything all right? Did you get? Are you okay?"
I think so. Are we back?
No, I don't think you are. You're somewhere else. But
Okay.
yeah, I think there's a thing. Yeah. I just gotta apologize for the part that I played in all of this, because, I mean, I tried to, that part of the machine is kind of malfunctioning, and I so that worked out, that part that I was in, so I mean, that distracted them for a bit, but sure they're going to be kind of pissed off eventually. They'll try to figure out some way they want to retaliate. They're not going to be able to for a while, though, I don't think. I mean, just basically, what was the thing? What was the piece of information I wanted to grab here? Yes, because I kind of, when they weren't looking, I pulled out a hinge pin from that thing. I still have it. But it's so, I mean, if you want to study it at some point. Geez, and he sort of looks and is like, and he's like, huh. He sort of looks at something you can't quite make out. He sort of looks over your shoulder, and there doesn't seem to be anything there. And he says, "They're always trying to advertise stuff." For a second, and you're not sure what he's talking about. But he kind of pulls back for a second. He says, "Oh, well, yeah, that's nothing you got to worry about. That's not in here right now." But,
Shaw looks over her shoulder about 14 times, because every time he's like, "You don't need to worry about this." It's the end of the actual universe.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. You can basically see he's looking at... it's hard to tell what he's looking at exactly. It's like there's a series of... messages floating in midair. Hard to really tell what they mean. They look like advertisements. But then they vanish. As it appears, someone has banned them from the chat of the universe. So, that having happened, he says, "Sorry, got distracted there. Yeah, no, I just wanted to... So, I wanted to apologize for that, but I also wanted to say thank you. I don't think I got to thank you properly for getting me out of there. I probably shouldn't have stayed in there as long as I should have. I was a bit... I mean, it ended up with decent enough results, but at the same time, they could have... I could have handled that a bit better.
Well, I accept your apology, and I think you did what you felt you had to do, and I understand that you think for some reason that you need to protect us. Like, looking back, I was like, and keep us from being in different places, but maybe if you let us in on it, it would work a little better.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I understand. Oh, no, you don't have to understand anything. It's hard. It's hard trusting when you come from a place where everything is constantly changing and you want to try to impose some kind of order. I think you have some idea of what I'm talking about. At least in general.
I do.
So, you know, it's hard getting back to a point where you can let yourself care about people sometimes. I guess if you hadn't come up... Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I'm just saying, if you hadn't come over and tried to be friendly and with, you know, your gift basket and everything, I'd probably still be in a worse place. So, thank you for that.
You're welcome. You should come over for tea and watermelon sometime.
I'll see if I can, you know, I'll see if we can do that. Yeah. Yeah. In the meantime, we gotta, you know, plenty to deal with the tower. Your friend there's gonna be the new super.
I bet he'll do an amazing job. She says just loud enough so that Mac knows that she paid him a compliment.
Best neighbor ever.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who can get those folks to quiet down for a bit is, you know, it's an amazing feat. But thank you. And he will return to the table, and as he does, you will see behind him a little path that's lit up has been revealed, a little cobblestone path leading to a cottage that you have not seen before. Looks like sort of a rustic English cottage.
Have none of us seen it before?
There is No, none of you have seen it before, actually. You're not sure whose head this belongs in.
Okay.
This cottage.
I'm going to look around real quick and make sure that none of these makers in this makerspace are making giant metal hearts. And if I don't see that, then I'm going to head for the cottage. No,
it appears none of them are. You do see your fellow makers here. You see, you see some of the ones like Garrett who are at that other special meeting. You see, Alistair is here. Barristol is here. Kiona is here. Even Abron is here. The man who is also a building, a tower, a fortress, the person anyway. The fortress-headed veteran vagabond is here, working on something. They seem to be welcoming him okay. He's not, he's a little bit removed from the rest of the crowd. He's doing okay. The sisters from the Rocket are here. Building some kind of, it's like a cage, but it's, more, it's, not sinister looking. Grandma is here. Grandma and Elsie are here.
Yeah, I don't need anything from anyone. I just am still on the lookout for this heart that we were looking for.
You don't see it around here.
And I will head for the cottage if everybody else is coming with me, and otherwise I will wait for them.
Behind you.
Coming with.
You head for the cottage. It's a very simple cottage. It's sort of got it's a faux thatched roof. It's not an actual thatched roof, but it's got sort of the thatched facade. And the front door is open. It's sort of sitting open. And as you enter, you see a gentleman kind of stand up from this green sort of overstuffed sofa. And he's an older gentleman. He's got kind of sort of like laughing features. As he stands up. He's wearing a sweater, sort of a blue sweater. And trousers and such, and he looks over. It's it's just an old man, basically, kind of. And he says, and he looks at you all and he says, "Oh, hello. How can I help you?" You're really here, aren't you? I mean, everything is in a way. It's really here. We're kind of projected out, I think, to other places. But you're really here. I mean, you just got here, maybe. Time's so relative here. Sorry.
We're trying to go back.
Oh,
over the
okay.
edge.
Yeah, well, you can probably. We can probably help you with that. Edward Glasser, he says, extending his hand.
For Maravanas.
Yeah. So he
The
shakes.
Edward Glasser?
I don't know if I've done enough to be heard of, but I might not be the same one.
I'm just
Not
messing
sure.
with you. I have no idea who you are.
Oh, no. I was looking about for my son. He was around for a bit and now he's gone, but seemed like I was a bit worried about him, you know. Hadn't seen him, by the way. Have you?
Who's your son?
Tall fellow, kind of sort of brownish hair. He likes this. He wears this sort of odd, pretentious blue coat. Goes by the
Manfred?
name- Yeah, Manfred. Manfred.
Mac just starts chuckling.
Yeah, Bull looks at Matt.
I've not really been well recently. You see, up until I woke up and I found myself here, you know, in this place, and I seem to be all right now.
Would you like to come back with us?
I feel like I kind of have to stay here for this to stick. If you know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
It's.
This is looking for you.
I don't really approve of a lot of the stuff he's had to do recently. He says he's had to do. Talks about it sometimes. I think I don't know if he knows if I can hear it or not. But you know, I mean, he's been trying so hard. But have you seen him about?
Yes.
Several times recently.
He's still back on the other side. He's not. He was supposed to come join me at some point, I think.
He is not presently on this side.
Well, you see him. Tell him to just to stop worrying about or whatever ambitious thing he's trying to work on and just get back over here.
We will let him know if we see him again.
I mean, you know, up to him, obviously. I want him to be able to live his life, you know, but I think he's gone astray. He's been hurting people, I think. It's not good.
For what it's worth, I don't think he's going to be hurting anyone anytime soon.
Oh. I think I take your meaning. He hangs his head for a second. That poor boy does not know. But probably just as well. He'd have upended the universe, I suppose. So, I suppose you're here for that big metal art that's out on the patio.
Ooh. Yes.
How weirdly convenient.
Is it yours?
Oh, no, just showed up. I got a sense I was supposed to help sort of take care of it, keep it in there till anyone showed up, so... But, you're the first to show up, so... Yeah. says, sort of gesturing.
Yeah, belongs to friend of ours.
He nods, smiling.
Suppose we'll just go get it, take it.
He nods slowly. Yeah. Well, if you're ever in the neighborhood again, feel free to drop by if you like.
Can I pointedly avoid
Okay.
being in the neighborhood again?
That's understandable. Take care of yourselves. Just don't let your ambition cloud your judgment.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry for your loss.
Thank you. Thank you. And you will head out. You will head out to the patio, his back patio. And you see looks like a large metal heart-shaped sculpture. Fairly large. It's well, actually, let me grab the description again here. It is, yeah, pretty big. It's pretty big. It's about 3 feet across. Heart made of metal. Looks like a human heart. As you look sort of stepping around it, you see that there's a square plate of metal. It's about 8 inches across, half an inch deep, set into its side. That has all these granules of little dust or sand that don't seem to spill off of it. But that are sort of, they're kind of moving a little bit as they're sort of there against the plate. It looks as though they were in there's a partial symbol that they're forming, but the dust is moved aside. It's sort of shaken off, off to the side.
Arushka, wasn't there a symbol for the house?
Yeah, it was Mayfer's symbol. I don't remember if I wrote down what Mayfer's sigil looked like.
You still have the note. You can see it.
Okay, I will show you the note with Mayfer's sigil on it.
Yeah, I think it might be in the handouts also, possibly. I will double check. Yeah, the house letter.
Yeah, it's like a weird S thing.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
It's a weird S sort of on the right of that note.
Can we fix the little dust or whatever it is into the pattern of the sigil?
Absolutely. You move the dust into that pattern. When you do so, you see that the heart comes to life and slowly brightens a bit, starts to beat. You hear it beating. And as it does so, it echoes out the beating of the heart. And you find yourselves standing in the main hall of the house. And it is blissfully quiet in your heads now. You're no longer inside each other's minds. You are back in the actuality, in the house. And one of you, as you're departing the kaleidoscope void, some of you might sense this feeling coming from, as we sort of will zoom over briefly into the home of the forgotten, into that last door where Mayfer wakes up and sighs hangs her head exhausted. And will be calling for a guard shortly, as she appears to have finally regained herself. This heart stands among the chalices in the main hall, all of which that were carrying the blood of the house, as it were. They overturn. The liquid in them pours onto the floor, and the liquid resolves itself into a particular shape, a box-like shape. It changes color, it bleeds off. Let me see if I can adequately show this. I can properly show this in this space as we do this. Oh, here we go. This is the box. It has a rather familiar looking symbol on it. It is sitting there.
Who's gonna open it? I look at everyone.
I will volunteer to open the box on account of because I used to, I guess, be involved with the house. So sure, I'll do it.
Okay,
I'm
go
being
for it.
decisive.
You reach forward. Got a little magnetic little thing. It opens up. There's not a lot inside. Just a little card. Like a business card. Something of an invitation. It's an address in the Brickhouse district.
Shall we?
Mhm. You have come to understand that this looks like an invitation, and it very much is. A rather special society, known as the Sodality, as you are to discover. The house has become yours. Picking up the card, it will be imparted to you that this is an invitation to join this very, very secret organization. You only can be aware of it if you have an invitation, and now you all have one. It will help you to continue to unlock things about the universe, if you so desire. As you will head forth, perhaps to investigate this, I shall just mention this. If you go in there to join the Sodality of the Secret, club with a very wide reach, you see this address with the door opening, and you're invited inside by a gentleman in a top hat, his features in shadow, wearing this pin. Has that same symbol. With him is an Elderbryn mime who is very happy to see you. You've accomplished a great task by returning the unwritten. But you never truly needed them. No one needed them. Because as you all discover as you settle into your future selves, the greatest paradox is in the fact that we only cannot do things we think impossible. Because we define those things as such. The impossible has always been a matter of perspective. We shall have a coda. I'd like to go around and I'd like you to tell me one final thing that we see of your character and their future. And show us anything you like. I'm going to go in once again, round in our regular order. Unless anyone needs a minute. But I would like to start with Shah. What do we see of Shah as if this narrative is coming to its close?
I think we see sort of a montage of Shaw in an empty, kind of broken down warehouse on the edge of the fade, and then slowly recreating that makerspace that we'd walked into on the other side of Paradox, this place that she remembered from before, where people just got together and made things for the joy of making. And as we see it kind of come to fruition in this time lapse, we see people moving through and visiting and people coming for tea. And then it slows down in a moment as all of the best makers are there hanging out, drinking whiskey, making things. And Gilda comes to the door. And Shaw stands up and waits. And she goes to walk in the door, and the whole door just knives shoot through and block her way. And Shaw looks out and goes, "No, everyone else, but not you."
Ooh. Vindicated. You also have a bit of a leg up because you know what she's going to do in the future. Well, a future need not be yours. Let us move over to Chantineau. What's the last we see of Chantineau in this narrative?
Chantineau is, roaming the library, looking at books, occasionally going into one of them and enjoying the insides of the book while they sleep. But mostly they're looking at historical texts and creating a new travel itinerary of things to look for.
There's always more to find. What's the last that we see of Eroshka?
I feel like the last we see of Eroshka is dressed somewhere between like the not wearing a power suit, but also not quite the like modern witchy aesthetic that she has been going for, like somewhere in between, but like walking into the theater and like taking off the jacket and going in, like, because she lives like kind of in the like the costume shop area, like going into the theater proper, and there's just like a whole bunch of people there, and there's like a show is about to start, and like sitting down next to friends and stuff that have all come to see the show. Yeah, and like curtain falls.
Excellent. Theater is revitalized. What's the last that we see of Mac?
I think you'll just see Mac in superintendent's office at the Jenga Tower collecting rent. And he's a little nicer about it these days. And then occasionally, he'll just twirl a finger and just get the Jenga Tower to shift into another configuration. Occasionally, he will threaten to show one of the Jenga Tower pieces to fall over or slip out and nearly collapse on the homeowners association, but he'll just pull it back in the last second, and that's his fun.
Perfect. It's in that constant sort of state, just sort of like between you and the HOA. Nice. Excellent. And what is the last that we see of Vormera?
I think the last we see of Vormera is surprisingly walking in a park with no champagne flute to be seen, but she is arm in arm with Mitterrand and actually looks happy for once, and sees Karen, and there's a moment where she looks like she's gonna go chase that woman down, and Mitterrand actually pulls her back, and she listens, and she doesn't go running off, and she seems to have found some joy in quiet things.
Oh, that gives me so much joy too. Brilliant, brilliant. Well then. We're going to do our outros at this point. Thank you all for playing Invisible Sun. I have many feelings. I have written many of them down already. It's so hard to encapsulate everything. Try though I might to shove as much as I can in. But this has been so awesome. We're going to go around and do our outros. Feel free to tell folks where they can find you and any final thoughts you have about this game, if you wish. We go once again, as is traditional, in reverse order. So we will start with Danielle.
Hi everybody, I'm Danielle. You can find me on Twitter at RyRacator, and you can find me on Instagram at Dalialata. You can follow me for video game stuff, cosplay stuff, writing stuff, general nerd stuff. I got all your bases covered. I am not currently streaming anything else or doing anything else. We'll see what the future holds. But this has been wonderful, and I'm gonna miss it. So thanks everyone for playing and for watching.
Thank you. Thank you. Vor was awesome. And we're going to head over to Anino.
How's it going, everyone? My name's Anino. You can find me on Twitter at Anino4K, as well as on Instagram at Anino4K. I don't really have anything else going on at the moment, but if and when I do, tune into either of those two spaces, and you'll be the first to know. Final thoughts. This was the very first long-term TTRPG stream I signed up, and it's kind of interesting that it also happens to be the only one that I have left on my plate this year. It's a little bittersweet to say goodbye to it, but I really enjoyed playing with everyone here, and maybe someday it'll come back around again. Who knows?
You never know. Man, thank you so much for sticking by all these crazy things that I do. I really appreciate it. And this campaign in particular is just... I cannot tell you the amount of delight that Mac has brought me. It's been wonderful, and I thank you so much. Going to go ahead and head over to Arras.
Hi everybody. I'm Arras or Animus Panthera. I'm Animus.Panthera or Animus Panthera pretty much everywhere on the internet, but mostly Twitter, where I am a real life zoologist and a cosplayer. And so I like to talk about animals and cosplay and playing tabletop games. So come and chat to me about any of those things. I don't have any other streams or anything going on right at the moment, but if you're interested in such things, if I ever do, probably hear about them on Twitter. As for this game, this is one of the, I think, just like streamed or not streamed, this is probably one of the longest games that I've played. I really love just all these characters and this setting and the whole world, and yeah, I'm gonna miss it.
Me too, so much. Thank you so much for letting me play so much with the Eroshka's past and everything that requires a ridiculous amount of trust, and I really appreciate it. It's been so good. And
I loved it.
It's been always love this kind of narrative, and I really appreciate your jumping in and running with it and making it something wonderful. And we're going to head over to Wilde.
Yes, hello. I'm Wilde, at Wilde Engineer on Twitch and Twitter. You could also find me playing some Weizen on formerly Eversarid's channel, now Sword and Key. Yeah, it was great being able to play an agent of chaos, making all the wrong decisions, and coming up with crazy brunch items with y'all. Yeah, it's definitely one of the longest games I've ever played, and had a great time playing it. Because y'all are a great group to be in something like this with.
Thank you so much. It's been brilliant. It's always a delight to just see Chantineau's chaos, and just that, we could have... There's a thing to go look at. Chantineau's going to go look at it. It's wonderful. It was so wonderful just having that energy here. And I really appreciated it. It was so good. And finally, over to Djinnaya.
My name's Djinnaya. You can find me at Djinnaya on Twitter and Instagram. And yeah, I don't know when I'm going to stream games again. This was a very long game, and I loved every minute of it, and I loved how much it changed over time. And I keep thinking about how much the whole world has changed in the time that we have been playing this game, and how much I have appreciated touching back to this game again and again when I needed it. How much I appreciate everybody's patience with my need to play a super overly dramatic paladin. And Jim, how much I appreciate you for running this game for so long, and for doing all the hard work that is trying to run Invisible Sun, and trying to herd the cats that we are towards plot when all we want to do is invent cocktails. And yeah, I just really, thank you. This is the first time I got to play Invisible Sun, and it really meant a lot to me.
Thank you. And the cocktails were awesome. But also just the sheer dedication you had to Shaw was beautiful. Absolutely was. It is, and it's just the depth that was always there. It was something I really enjoyed. I really liked that. And no matter what we were doing, there was always a lot to think about, and there's always more to think about than I had realized until you bring it up, and I'm like, oh yes, that's true. I loved that so much. It's one of the reasons I loved Shaw. Shaw was great. Well, folks, that's down to me. I have a lot of feelings about this game, and I think I can let the lacuna rest now. I'm going to say them as myself. There we are. I love this setting so much. It's rife with possibilities. You can go anywhere. You can do anything. And I like the best, and like the best game settings, you can build onto the lore and let it accordion out like nobody's business, which is a phrase I often enjoy saying about settings that I really, really like. But very true. Invisible Sun is in many ways a work of art. To go as hard as it does for the surreal is something I adore about it. The Sooth deck is just about the most surreal mechanic I've ever seen in an RPG, because it lets you engage essentially in automatism, as described by the Surrealist movement. But when you use the cards as prompts, you let them guide your improvisation. Just seeing the card and its meaning and letting your brain go wild, that's a way of producing art while avoiding conscious thought, which was a prime technique for the Surrealist movement. The game isn't perfect. There's a lot of reading and a lot of rules scattered across multiple books. The way the directed campaign is released is very, in many ways, opposed to my GMing style. But even dealing with all of that, this has been one of the most fun and most rewarding GMing experiences I have ever had. Honestly. And I owe most of that to my brilliant players, every one of whom has had the imagination, the awesome storytelling skills, and the patience to make this game so much more than I ever hoped it might be. So I have to give my love to all these folks here. This campaign has been such a joy to run because your RP and your interactions have been absolute gold. And I think I was very lucky to have the opportunity to do an ongoing campaign with you all. Thank you all for having the trust to let me play around with your characters' histories and for being on board as we discovered those histories together. Thank you all so much just for being a part of this. And I also want to thank everyone who came in and guested in the campaign. Anik, Ethan, Ozzy, Sam, Kiana, Levi. They really helped to expand the world and make it feel real to me. And that was very awesome. And I'd thank Monte Cook Games for putting out such a delightfully bonkers game. and also just thanks so much to the community surrounding the game for being as supportive as they have been. And I'll say finally, thanks so much to all of you who have been watching, whether this is your first time or you've been watching since the first session 3 years ago. Whether you're watching on Twitch Live, on VODs, or catching it on YouTube, whatever. Thank you so much for being here. I hope this has been interesting. I hope this has been as fun a ride for you folks as it has been for me. Because for me, this has been great. So, here we are. I am Jim Ryan. You can find me at Otherdoc on both Twitch and Twitter. My website is jimmyesthatjim.com, where you can find my Geek Observation podcast and links to my various other podcasts, audio dramas, writings, and such. I have links down below, my website, Twitter, YouTube channel, and various other things. On this channel, on alternate Tuesdays, we are playing Cult Divinity Lost, run by Hollow. It's an excellent horror game that we've been having a lot of fun with as we peel back the layers of reality. I've been playing text adventure games with my friend Lucci on alternate Thursdays, which has been a lot of fun. And starting next week on Mondays and Fridays, we are going to have an ongoing campaign of Don't Rest Your Head starting up. That I'm very much looking forward to see how multiple groups interact with each other on it. And we're going to have guests also wander in and out. I'm trying to do a sort of a persistent world thing with it. We'll see how that goes. And of course, coming up, we recently, you may have seen, we started our Dune campaign. We had our Session 0 on stream. And in a few weeks, it's going to be returning. It's going to be on Wednesdays starting in November. We're going to get our actual story started. And I cannot wait. Well, here we are. When we hit the end card, I'm going to try to send a raid over to somebody. Let's see. I think they're still going. Exquisite Corpse Presents is a channel I was turned on to recently, where they do very interesting experimental stuff. So we're going to go over there. They're running right now. They've been going for a while, so it might not be for very long, but we'll go over there if we can and say hi to them. Feel free to hang on if you are so inclined and say hi to them with us. That again will be when we hit the end card. In the meantime, folks, thank you all very much for watching. And we may come back at some point and do a Q&A on this. We'll see. We're working that out. But watch various social media feeds. We'll see. But in the meantime, folks, everybody take care. And we will see you all of a sudden. Farewell.